Okay. And Commander Calder, if you can and grace us with your log tonight.
Okay. Commander's log, Stardate 55316.4. We are en route to the location given to us by Queen Bezirel to duel her. My crew is preparing the ship for combat and in a potential trap. Yep, end log.
All right. As mentioned, you have just received the threatening message from Queen Bezirel, demanding to meet her in singular combat. And for every hour that you delay, she will eject one civilian into space. Unfortunately, you are still an hour, maybe an hour and a half out from the location, but you are I'm assuming making haste there and preparing for battle.
Yep, that's what I just said.
Yes. All right. Are there any preparations you want to make? Any advantages you want to make before you warp into the system?
I want to set up the plan I talked to you about at the end of last session about our counter trap.
What's the counter trap?
Get help. We get assistance from our Klingon allies, and have them go to the location cloaked, and when she brings in her reinforcements, if she does, uncloak and attack them.
Okay. Yeah, that was already handled. At the end of last episode, you do get a brief text communication and back from Jadak, captain of the Braytok. And he said that he happens to be in the area, and he's making in haste to the location in question, but he's not sure when he's going to be able to make it.
Yes, I'll also warn him about the ship's armaments.
Okay. Yep. He's aware of the armaments there. Also, another ship that is in range is the Peltas from the Tiger Squadron, 10th Fleet 1st Home and Defense and Survey Squadron. They are coming out this way to follow up on the Orion smuggling ring and stamping out some elements there, and they also picked up on the message and also informed you that they are en route. When they'll be able to make it is unknown.
Okay.
But both ships kind of give you the estimate anywhere from 2 to 3 hours, and that's not sparing the horses. So your allies are in check. Is there anything else you would like to do? Any Yeah, any preparations?
I would like to rally.
Okay. That would be a presence command difficulty 0 to give a rousing speech.
Okay, take a threat for a third dice.
Okay. And Maldon did show up, so starter of 12, and now we're up to 13.
For the weapons.
What was that, Maddox?
Is there anything we can do to modify the shield so we'll have a little better defense against their weapons?
You do have some of the weapon and specs. How does that? Let me check how the shield modification and roll go. And then it.
Yeah, I think it's just a basic shield modulation.
Yeah, a shield modulation of control security, difficulty 2, assisted by structures, engines, and yeah, you gain a shield resistance and it's +1, and you can add an extra resistance for each momentum on it. Normally that just sticks for. Yeah, that just sticks until the ship actually takes damage, but for if we bump this up to a difficulty 4, or you can have a static resistance on the bottom of your shields.
So I will 5 successes on my rally.
Yep. Slight distraction
So
there.
that is 5 beautiful momentum.
5 beautiful momentum. And what is your speech?
Okay, so we currently we have a when we get there we only have a half hour till our reinforcements get here, so we have to hold ourselves until then. I have complete faith in all of your abilities to do so. So let's knock this queen down a peg or two.
Nice. Maddox and Knight, both of you could work together to modulate the shields. That's gonna be a control security difficulty 4, assisted by structure engineering. Maddox, you can use control engineering for this, and whatever resistance you get on this, that will be a base resistance to polaron weapons and underneath your shields, and it will last for the scene.
Is this an extended task, or is this just a...
This is just a one-shot thing, but it will last for the scene.
So on control and security, I'm at a 15. I don't know if you want me to take the lead or if you want to run it. Was it Maddox?
I think for control and security, you should definitely take the lead.
All right. In which case, I am going to give you a threat to add an extra dice, which will give us one from Maddox, 3 from me, and 1 from ship. So let's give that a try at that point, I think. And I'm using shipboard tactical systems. Is that right? Since we're using security.
That would be correct.
Okay, I didn't hit the button right. That was my complication range increase instead of dice.
That's fine. Go ahead and just do the roll again. Oh no.
All right, now I'll spend 2 momentum to squash that. I don't think we're gonna make this. Someone rolling the ship?
I can roll the ship.
I think you should have been running this one, Maddox. You
My
got a
control,
17 there.
Not. That's control engineering. That's not control
right.
security.
Fair enough.
Oh my gosh. We're having a
Dr.
rough
Bog, you've let us down, Bog. Just want to say, it's all your fault.
And you missed it by 1. Oof.
Oh man. All right.
Do we have any rerolls in our pockets?
Yes, we do. I don't know why I didn't think of that. I don't need to squash that 2 momentum. I can re-roll that one.
Okay. We regen the 2 back.
Perfect. Whoa, look at that. 18 as well. Okay.
Just missed it, but
Just missed it. Yeah. I got nothing else on this.
wait, Maddox, don't you have technical expertise? Or is that someone else?
That's me. I believe.
Yeah, that I don't think I have technical expertise.
Although, wait, right tool for the right job and the hyper spanner that reduces the difficulty by 1. That would work.
Thank you, great and generous game master.
Maddox, I'm gonna ping you, okay? I'm gonna private message you on Discord.
Okay.
Okay, so you have a +1 resistance to Polaron. Would you like to spend any additional momentum to increase that resistance?
Do we want to spend any of that momentum to increase that resistance? It's currently 1 resistance.
Yep, just hitting the task gives you a 1 resistance.
So I'm guessing it would be 1 momentum for 1 extra resistance, 2 3 and then 2 more for 3, and then 3 more for 3.
No, it's just 1-to-1. It's
so we've
a
increased the
1-to-1
resistance
thing.
way to 6, is what you're saying.
If you wanted to.
I mean, it's my role, right? So yes, let's do that. In fact, if it's just 1-to-1, I'm going to do that, and I'm also going to give you 2 more threat.
It's just momentum for the resistance,
You
unfortunately.
missed your chance. You could have had more threat. Just saying, GM.
I could have.
You make the rules as far as I'm concerned, but does anyone feel like that was a bad idea?
No, that's fine.
Only fine, not a good idea.
All right. Maldon, and L.
What do we gotta do?
What do you want to do to help? You're about an hour out from the fight location.
Not done? Any ideas?
Not the only thing I'd be able to think of is this isn't necessarily my field of expertise. I don't want her broadcasting this fight. I'd like to shut that down.
That would be my area.
That could work. Okay.
So if I
Shutting down
find
the broadcast. Yeah. How
So
would you
can
go about doing that?
set it up so that when we want to jam it, it's basically like flip it on a switch, have it all set up.
Okay, and you're just gonna be like quashing all of her transmissions.
Yeah, let's work on the transceiver so that we can literally like just scramble all the frequencies in the area.
If you scramble, I suppose you could attune it in it so that way you're just scrambling long range and transmissions, short range could still operate unless you want to shut down short range and transmissions as well, which means you wouldn't be able to talk to your allies
Or her,
or her.
which would be a problem. Yeah, probably just long range.
Okay, that can be possible.
But let me clear that with the captain first, make sure he's okay with that. So I'll take that idea to the captain. Hey, Captain.
Yes.
Thought of an idea that would prevent her from calling in any reinforcements, but it would involve knocking out long-range comms, and I just wanted to clear that with you first.
I'm thinking about it. I mean, I imagine that his voice from that far away that she's long to come.
All right, I'll go back to the drawing board.
Continue those comments again, and I'll put you in shuttle duty. Duty for an entire month.
I didn't quite understand you there.
If we continue those comments, I'm gonna put you in shuttle duty for the next month.
I might like that though.
The small shuttle.
Oh, that's just mean.
It is about out at this time that you are within in long sensor range.
I would like to have been preparing sick bay for even casualty thing.
Okay.
I'd like to try to create an advantage there that we're ready for treatment of large volume of people. Don't have any extra difficulty. Complications. Anything have
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Dr. Bog, you can roll presence medicine difficulty 2, assisted by the ship's computer medicine, to create an advantage that your sickbay is ready.
My emergency medicine should be a focus there. I'm going to see if I can use the value. They're pressured. I get one success automatically. Is that correct?
Yeah, you get one dice that at rolls a 1, so it'd be 2. So, you get 2 successes.
Okay. And I'd like to go ahead and spend a threat to activate hold. Dice also.
Yes. Actually, because you spent the determination. Yeah, as you're spent the determination, you spent for the 3rd dice, so it'll be the 2 for the 4th dice, kind of
I
thing.
don't need a 4th dice. I'm just looking for the 3rd. So.
Yeah, it'll cost 2 to get there, because you're spending the determination.
Okay, I'll go ahead and spend it.
Okay.
Ready. I have a feeling good. These weapons take cash. That's that 5 success. Is that correct?
6 successes, because the determination is plus 2 successes. So you have 4 momentum on top of that, and we now have the advantage of sickbay is prepped, so -1 difficulty to triage or to treat a large, like a whole department of people.
Okay.
L, what advantage do you want to create for science?
Give me 1 second. I'm typing right now.
Okay.
Question to the group: would you all be against me secretly spending a moment?
No.
Go for it.
GM, single spend of momentum, please. Thank you.
1 single spend of momentum.
As long as you're on our side.
If he's spending momentum, he is nominally on your side.
No.
You can only
We've had
spend
this-
momentum on your side.
Oh, but we've had this before where they were spending momentum and turned out to be a saboteur.
That's true.
No, I've been spending it.
I'm going to be using Bux's. Jesus, even I forget what it's called. Her direct action for this scene, which we'll get back next scene.
Yep, that makes sense. Oops.
automatically gain that momentum back.
Yep. As the Peltas is making preparations ends on its own. Yes, Pent?
I'm actually going to re-roll the 0 on the first roll because of cautious, so technically you gain an extra momentum.
Okay. Otherwise, L, oh, your crazy idea, we could make that happen.
Awesome.
To spend
For that.
Na-na-na. 68. Spend, spend, spend. That's probably going to be... Alright, to set up our advantage, reason science, difficulty 4, or slight complication on that, and then communication science. And that will allow you to make a power drain main beam that you can and fire from your deflector dish. Basically this will set up a roll on a science turn, and that you can use to hit this button, and it will randomly disable one of their air subsystems. It won't count as a breach, but it will count for the effect of this system's disabled. I have to do a whole roll to bring it back online.
And can someone assist me on this?
Maddox could assist you. This is his wheelhouse.
Alright.
We never did level up the NPCs.
I didn't.
You can sneak in and level up now.
Which one would we want to use, if anything?
I think let's start increasing their attributes or disciplines.
That's the straightforward way of doing it.
I'm going down to this roll. Let me spend 1 threat, 2 momentum, or 2 extra dice.
Okay.
And would some weird combination between subspace theory and sensor operations work?
I'll take subspace theory.
Okay. Just because I really, really want this to work, I'm going to use my star cross for this.
All right, and that
So it
doubles your focus range.
Focus range, yeah.
Excellent.
Oh, bad.
So focus range is up to 10, so that is...
The second
That
one
hits.
is actually successes, so that's actually 7 successes.
6, 7, 8. 8 successes on difficulty 4. So yeah, you just filled up all your momentum track. And now we have the advantage of your disruptor. Disruptor is an actual thing. Power disruption beam ready.
It seems more like a tachyon beam.
Yeah,
Actually, that's what we're calling tachyon beam.
it's like a modified tachyon beam.
Yep, and that will allow you to fire that off in combat. That is something that has to be done from the science console. And it will be difficulty 3, control all science, assisted by ships, communication science. All right, any last words?
Got alert.
All right. You are in long sensor range if you want to get a sneak peek at the battlefield before you drop it out of warp.
Looks at Al.
Al smiles. Gives the captain a nice little grin.
You are kind of a ways out. But you have advanced sensor, so why not increase the difficulty at all? Reason science difficulty 1 because of like quadruple extreme range, but brought down to difficulty 0 because of your advanced sensors. So you can learn all the information.
Quash.
Okay.
At least that'll let me activate testing a theory on sensor operations.
Okay. And the ship roll. Sensor science.
I guess I will.
Excellent. So quash it with the 2 momentum. And here is the printout coming to your Discord. And you get one free qualifying question. Yeah, one free question from Science Officer, and you can spend momentum for or any extra questions.
Holy shit. That is literally L's reaction.
I want to share it with the class.
I really don't, but I will. 1 dreadnought, 1 damage, Federation civilian passenger freighter, doesn't look too well, and 20 Orion cruisers.
I'm sorry. What was the last one?
That last part was 20 Orion cruisers.
Would you like to ask any additional questions?
Where can I find some clean underwear?
Are there any of them loyal to the other sister?
I think better question is how many of those ships that have pulling on weapons.
L, it's up to you.
Yeah, we can do that.
I thought this was supposed to be a 1v1 battle.
Okay. There are 21 ships with Polaron weapon signatures.
Any other qualified questions that you would like to ask with momentum?
I just, like I said, I think I want to know if they're all on the Queen side or if some of them are related to her sister. Any way to be able to tell that?
For one momentum, I could qualify that.
Is there actually a way to tell? I mean, well, all right. Is it going to be worth it to spend the momentum on and actually get a split number, or is it just going to be a waste of one momentum only to find out they're all Queen Bezirels?
If you're spending the momentum, I will. There's going to be useful information in there.
All right, we'll spend the one momentum.
All right. No. I can do my math better than that. And of course, I got my numbers wrong.
And that had nothing to do with the question. Okay.
Oh, okay. I can clarify this. Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't clarify who you're loyal to, but I'm gonna assume to Bezirel. Okay.
They're loyal to Bezirel. They have pull on weapons, but the formation of them is kind of interesting.
Okay, so I'll relay to the rest of the crew that they're spread out. They're not like real close in a very large sphere formation. So it's the Opera had an impulse that this would be no big deal. If they went to warp, that changes things. Yeah, they're just in a big sphere formation. They're all Bezirel ships, and they're basically around the dreadnought.
And they're out of immediate weapons range from the dreadnought and the freighter. They're super far away from each other.
Basically, the distance from the Earth to the Moon. That it has a radius for this sphere.
All right. Anything else before you drop in? Actually, Maldon, are you available?
Yeah, I just got home and I'm ready to roll.
Excellent. I do have a roll. Oh, for you. You were about a little over an hour out, and she said, "Ed, I'm gonna start dumping bodies for every hour that you don't show up. If you can give me a control con roll, you can shave in just underneath an hour and save a life. If you want to, you don't have to."
No, I don't want to save any lives. You kidding me? I'm here for a 1v1. The lives off to the side are just a little side effect.
That's just the way you tally the winner, right?
Now done. You do get one more dice on your reputation roll, more than likely, for doing it.
Oh, pish posh! I'm here to end lives, not to save them.
It's up to you.
What's the roll?
All right.
Alright, Darth, all done.
Control con, difficulty 2, assisted by engines con. And this is you just shaving as much time I'm off the trip as possible.
Here's the ship for you.
Okay.
Battle.
Yeah. We're just gonna straight up roll this.
Nice.
All right.
One float.
I'm feeling an advantage.
Would you like to create an advantage? You also get at +1 from your fingers and thumbs.
Right.
Advantage is that we come in warping in so fast that their sensors don't register us for a full 3 minutes.
Full 3 minutes.
To attack first.
No. No, you see what happens is you remember the way that we did this last time we saw them, where we warped right on top of them?
Yeah.
A precision warp dropout. So,
let's put the fear of the universe's creator in them.
Also,
Okay.
before we actually do that, can L get a private conversation with Knight?
Yeah, you have like 3 minutes. You can do a little sidebar.
Yeah, literally, like, Elle would want to pull them aside for like a 30-second sidebar. They're not exactly the most chatty too. Hey, Knight, you got a moment?
Lieutenant Knight?
Yes, Jim.
Elle wants to pull you aside for a sidebar real quick.
Okay.
Elle will pull Knight aside. Knight, you got a moment?
I got time as I'm just polishing off my phaser.
I think I got a plan that could knock out a system or two without using weapons. And I figure we should coordinate. What two systems do you think would be best out? I'm thinking maybe like weapons and engines.
That would be a very good suggestion if you knock out two systems.
Well, I could probably. I'm saying I take out one, you take out one. I just want to coordinate who's going after what.
I guess I'll go for the weapons then.
Okay, I'll go for the engines.
Should I ask how I'm gonna do this?
Your
You use
ship.
weapons. I use the detector.
Okay. How am I doing it then?
As part of your ship's talent, and you can target a specific subsystem. You can call a shot and say, "Hey, I'm aiming for their weapons."
Got it.
Yeah,
I did mean as a character question, not.
Oh,
Doesn't matter. Continue. I mean, that question was in character, but it's fine. Let's go. Let's continue.
sorry, I ruined RP.
All right, we're done.
All right, as everyone gets into new position, Captain, what is your alert status?
Crimson. Look at us, blood.
Okay, so shields, and so we are going weapons hot. Okay. All right, as Madame, because of our advantage, you can drop yourself in anywhere on this map that you would like. As you can see, there's a large number of cruisers that are staying at extreme range, and they're just kind of hanging out. They're just kind of hanging out there. Actually, as your warp signature comes in, you see that the bubble parts a little bit, allows you in, and then they fill back in. And you can see the Rose Garden and Dreadnought down here, and the civilian freighter.
GM, should we see the Ghost Garden shields and power?
Show the what?
We can see the shields power of the Ghost Garden.
Yes. You'll be able to easily tell that.
Oh.
I'm actually fiddling around the settings and allowing you to see those bars.
Okay, that makes sense.
Captain, any specific spot you would like to start this engagement at?
You know what? I'll actually just move us where I like us.
Interposing.
Boom.
Yeah. Players can be up here. All right, so right there, final answer.
You know what? I'll just put us here.
Okay.
Window.
What, right through the asteroid?
Nah, it works. Space is 3D.
I was kidding.
All right, as you drop out of warp, or right within range of Bezirel's ship, and she attempts to hail you.
On screen.
Commander Calder, I am so pleased is to see that you have made it. I was afraid I was gonna have to make some more space on this as poor freighter I found here. It's getting really crowded.
Okay, we. Okay, I'm going. God, I don't know what to say. I'll just. You know what? I'm going to just say we made it to the. We made it to. Well, we're here, so let the civilian freighter go.
Oh no! I can't let them go for fear that you would just walk away before we're finished with the fight, and that's why the other ships are here as well. You see, if you try to escape the system, they will open fire. I want to make sure that we stay until we are both finished.
So what you're saying it? I mean, the civilian freighter is kind of well, I'm here, and there's no way of escaping with the blockade of 20 ships.
Well, let's consider them witnesses. Hostages is such a strong word.
I want to make sure that the civilian freighter will not be hit by crossfire.
If they're within close range and you do an area attack, there's a possibility they could be hit. If anyone rolls a complication and on their weapons attack roll, there's a possibility they could be hit. And she's slowly turning her back out to face you.
I'm going to quickly mute myself and quickly tell the plant fist fast as I can by saying, I think Fist will try and do an opening volley and move away and hope she tries and follow us. So she doesn't have shield.
She does have shields and weapons up.
No, I didn't. So in a way, when we move, I don't think she'll have some do a few heavy hits.
Yep, that's the plan.
So I'm gonna keep weapons. Let's just focus on doing it that way.
Okay. L has whispered me and said that he wants to do a sensor scan. And first, we could do that, but that will initiate 8 combat, and we'll start combat rounds.
Can I
Let's do a census scan.
Can I get an early,
A scan for weakness. So, you would have an advantage to hit their ship and some punch through their resistance.
do you want me to do a scan for weakness?
I'm good to wait to do damage until you've done that.
Yeah, like we'd be better off attacking first, and then you scan the enemy.
Wouldn't we be better in scanning and then us attacking? It's going to make it easier to hit or do damage.
Okay. Start scanning.
Right, so if I do, DM, can I do the scan for weakness and kind of get sensor lock at the same time?
That's essentially the same aim roll. Weapons lock and scan for weakness. It's all kind of rolled into one.
Alright.
But this is going to be control, science, difficulty 1, complication standard, assisted by sensors, and science.
Sensor operations and
Yep.
testing a theory for sensor use. Yeah.
With momentum or threat.
With talent. Testing a theory.
Testing theory. Yep. And theory and practice. So you get an extra dice and yep,
And
you
the
get that.
option to reroll. And reroll the 0.
How are you re-rolling?
Doesn't testing theory give me the reroll? Oh no, it's just the extra. Never mind.
Yep, just an extra d20.
Good.
All right, as we got 4 hits on difficulty E1. You have 2 float as you have a sensor lock on them. And combat has started.
And I use the 2 float to steal initiative.
Calder already has quick to action, so you still keep initiative anyways.
Give us a advantage to make it harder to hit because you go in a little damage sprinkling on that scan.
I could allow that. If you want L.
Yeah, that's good.
Excellent. As your sensor scan and goes out, you pinpoint key locations on the ship where to hit them, especially the anchor points where the polaron beams have been crossed on, and you manage to fool their sensors. It is now +1 difficulty to hit your ship. And I tried to take my turn, but Commander Calder is too quick on the draw. Players keep initiative.
Go, Knight.
All right. So, what was the thing we were doing to disable their systems? Are we doing that later?
No, now. I mean, it's you fire the weapons at her weapons, and I'm gonna fire the deflector dish to knock out her engine so she can't go anywhere.
All right. Let's do that then. So I'm going to target, I think I'm probably going to go straight in with, I was thinking of going straight in with quantum torpedoes.
Make sure you let the GM know you're doing a called shot on the weapons.
Yep, I've already accounted for that.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a threat and then spend 2 more momentum to to make it 4 dice I'm rolling. What's the difficulty on this one?
What weapon are you using? Quantum torpedoes?
I was thinking to go straight for quantum torpedoes.
Okay.
Which
that is
gives me the option to use full spread.
Yes.
Just go blow out the weapons.
You also have the option of doing a spread and with phasers. Because the torpedoes would be a bit more difficult, but we can... yeah, torpedoes would be difficulty 3, phasers would be difficulty 2. But you know, torpedoes could hit more breaches, so up to you.
Yeah, and what's it? It's a resistance 6, right?
Yes, resistance and 6.
Yeah, let's go for the breach then, because he's knocking out the shields at the same time, right?
Mm-hmm.
I prefer engines.
Right, engines. Okay. Yeah, okay, I'll do phases then.
Okay. So
tactical systems is my focus. I'm rolling 4 dice. Someone needs to roll weapons and security from the ship, I believe.
And Knight, you get +1. And you get +1 dice from scan for weakness. +1 d20.
So I'm rolling 5. Okay, great.
Yep.
I've got the ship.
All right, here it goes.
One bit. What were you? How are you spending for all those? So
one
is
momentum. One threat. Sorry, 2 momentum.
Okay, 1 threat, 2 momentum. Okay. I did not catch that part. For some reason.
I thought we were at 6 when I said it, but it doesn't matter. So I thought you'd already done it. All good. So that looks like a success to me. So I'm going to add my challenge dice.
Yep. And for the challenge dice, you gain piercing 2, and you gain +1 challenge dice for each additional d20. So you gain 2 additional challenge dice on top of that. So this is div 2. So 1, 2.
So that was my untapped potential that I'd roll there.
Okay.
That didn't come up.
Yep. One second. Let's figure out our momentum overflow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on difficulty 2. is 4 momentum generated, so you get 8. And now you're going to be rolling the phasers, and in the phaser slot, add an extra 2 challenge dice to that, because you get extra damage from scan for weakness and piercing 2.
Is this on the Svalinn?
Yep. So it should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So
Cool.
I guess I could spend a momentum to reroll those 2 dice.
Yep.
I would generally wait until the GM tells you what you've done first.
Fair enough.
Yep, and you also get the 2 float for using the phasers. So we have
Piercing 2 per effect?
it's piercing 2 altogether.
Okay.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we have 8 altogether. And then we have resistance 6. And then we have +2 piercing, so
4.
we have 4 damage.
Just a suggestion, spend momentum on another piercing.
You don't have to spend momentum. That's what you can spend versatile for.
Yeah, you have 2. Yeah, you essentially have 2 momentum from using the phasers, anyways.
Yeah, so let's use that then on the piercing.
Spend both of it for piercing.
Yes, that'll get us up to down damage anyway. So yeah, let's do it. I kind of felt like we were going to do more damage than that. I guess I'll. Okay.
You do have 2 float. You could pump that into extra damage or an advantage.
You do +1 damage. That'll do breach.
I thought we had to beat 6 to get a breach.
No, just beat 5. So you have 1 breach.
Oh, I thought it was the resistance. Okay, cool.
Oh, no, yeah. So.
Yeah, resistance works against your damage. A breach is always 5 damage or more.
Okay.
Okay, so pretty much.
And we'd have to do. Sorry, go on.
I
More
have
damage.
an idea for our advantage.
So just a question: what do we have to do? How much damage do we have to do for a second breach? Is it another? Another 5 then?
It's not another 5. I have a breach condition, and have to be 5 or more or damage, but that doesn't roll over. If you use high yield, if you use spread to hit another system.
So if you use.
Yeah, if you call, if you use spread, you basically get to hit the same ship another time on a different subsystem.
Yeah, I think.
Wait, before we do this, I have an idea.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll use our advantage to when we move, they move. So that way, the Stone Fader won't be caught by the crossfire.
I'm not seeing how that's related to the phaser strike.
Let's say that the hitbuckle the ship so hard, the queen hit her head, started bleeding, and got super mad. And mad. So if we move up, because what I want to do next is have.
I think the current plan is going to be pretty effective as.
Yeah, for 2 momentum, I can say that the queen ain't hit her head. Captain, go ahead and roll me 7 challenge dice. See how pissed off you made her. Ouch. 1, 2, 3. 4. Yeah, that's an injury. She is really pissed, so she has the injury of quite angry. You made her angry.
Yeah.
All right.
Did the scan count as the person on the back? That's the first turn.
Yes, the scan counted as first turn. So, unfortunately, it is now my turn.
Wait, I one thing. I suggest we spend 2 momentum to do swift action.
Yeah, agreed. I was just going to say that.
Okay.
And instead of us doing a, should we do a attack, or should we do a demodulate shield to increase our resistance? Because currently we do have resistance to polygon, but not quantums. If you catch my drift.
Modulate shield just doesn't specify type. It's just until you hit or you take damage.
No, I know. Like
the previous modulate shields was specific to Polaron, but this modulate shields would work regularly, so it would resist everything.
Yeah, like what I'm saying is because I'm, in case she buffs quantums, we modulate the shields unless this we modulate cancel our pulling on 1.
Another idea is to just fire again.
Yeah, okay.
I think we should press the advantage.
Yeah, same thing.
Jump.
Yes, second burst, same as first night.
All right, so let's do it then.
Increased difficulty because of a swift task, but
which means this is going to be difficulty 4 then for quantums, or do I have to do phases again?
You could do quantums.
That would make it difficulty 4, right?
Correct.
Should have gone quantums last time and phases this time. Do we still have the scanning advantage? I can't remember what it's called. System lock?
No, it only lasts until 1 attack.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess I'm going to go for the quantum. So I'm going to give you 3 threat, and then I'm going to get myself 2 extra dice. And then I'm going to spend 3 momentum. Oh no, how much do we have left? We've got 4, and then you're going to get rid of 2?
Nope, we already got 2. Get rid of 2. Yep.
Yeah, so I'm going to give you 3 and then spend 3 to get us back up to 5 dice.
5 dice I saw together. This is quantum. Are you doing full spread?
I am doing full spread, yes, maximum yield.
Okay, so using torpedoes is 1 threat. Using full spread is another or 2 threat.
That's funny. It doesn't mention anything about giving you threat, but I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, it does.
It's considered a hostile action.
Well, not just hostile, but an escalated situation.
Yeah.
Escalating the situation.
I'm only saying the talent that I wrote down doesn't mention that it gives you that thingy. That was all. But that's fine. If you say it does, it does.
It's in the core rules, but anyways, you are rolling 5 dice. Ship is rolling 1 dice. let's break some noses.
Well, there's the 4. There's the one from the ship.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was the ship roll again?
Weapons security. And that is 1 momentum generated. All right.
So I don't know what calibration does on qualities for quantum torpedo.
It just means
you have to spend a minor.
yeah, you just spend a minor air setting it up, so you can't use quantum torpedoes and move to another console, or you can't do another minor action with it.
Okay, got it. So just roll this. It says vicious 1, high yield.
Yep,
I guess I don't know.
vicious 1, high yield, and full spread.
Yeah, and all those chevrons, it's +2 damage instead of +1.
All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we have 13 base damage.
Should I spend a momentum to reroll those 2 dice, or just leave it at 13?
Go
Hold
gamble,
on.
gamble. Okay.
You gotta wait. Look,
Hold
Yes,
on.
Yeah, okay, fine.
13 base minus 6 resist. So 13 minus 6. I should know this. Why is my
7.
brain not 7? Why is my brain not knowing this? 7 damage. All right, so we apply 7 damage. So 7 damage. That is
knock out.
1 moment. 1 breach for 5 more damage. And then minus 7. That is 2 breaches. 4 dropping shields to 0. And then we have plus 1 breach. So we're up to 3 breaches from torpedoes. From torpedoes high yield. Oh,
All of it on weapons.
all of this is going on weapons. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Dude, just blast the polar odds right off the hole.
Wait, it gets better because this is full spread. And full spread maximum yield. I should know what. That's a quality of torpedoes.
Yep, it pretty much allows us to add half the damage
Yep.
as a second goal, but that's
So full spread allows half damage on the next roll, or
well, it adds half damage as if it's a second attack. So that
yep.
means what's 13 divided by 2?
6.5.
6. So it'd be 6.
Well, if
reason-
I was to spend the momentum to reroll those dice, then we could potentially get that up, right, to 7. Which
yes.
I think is what we need for a breach.
That
We
would-
need to- No, it wouldn't. We need 6 for the breach anyway, right? So
All
yeah,
right.
just leave it.
Well, no, I think we have to do a damage, like I said, damage to actually do the breach.
All right. Now for the
Okay.
second attack.
I don't
So
need to
we
roll anything for this, do I?
nope. It just takes the same damage and applies it. So we have 13 base. Half of that is 6. Plus the
So I do need-
chevrons. Hold on,
Okay.
because it adds the chevrons. 6 damage plus 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 our damage, 10 in total, and then we minus 6 for the resistance. So we have 4 damage total.
Yeah, we should reroll those 2.
I will allow that. 1 momentum to reroll 2 dice.
Okay,
Yes.
got an extra chevron.
How long do you think?
Yeah, I'm gonna be here all night, probably till 10 o'clock.
It really is the hard thing. I get everything out.
Okay, that brings that up to 7. Yeah, that brings Ings up to 7 plus 4. So we got 5 damage. Ooh. That's 1 breach. And then we hit Bezirel, 2 breaches. Plus we use torpedoes. 3 breaches. And that's not going to weapons because that's a different subsystem. So
what's happening? You're rolling 4 dice? I see, each one's going to a different system. Got it.
Yep. Communication, structure, and engines are hit as you fired phasers to soften them up, and then a full quantum torpedo spread took out their shields, and hammered their hull. Yep, all that math checks out. It is now her turn. She's not happy. And this is unfortunately long range. As a large energy builds up along on the top spine of her ship. 1, 2, 3 for extra dice. Focus, yes. We're gonna do weapons insecurity. Oh. It's plus as 5. Yeah, this is gonna be difficulty 4 to hit this. Maybe? No, I really want to hit it. I'm buying 5 dice. And she's going to direct her officer or to fire the Polaron Spinal Lance.
I'm sorry. The what?
That
You
does
heard
not
me.
sound fun.
Oh!
Maybe?
Wow.
Yes! Difficulty 4. And here's this. It's a little shaky there for a moment. Spending 1 to reroll those 3.
I don't think you need to.
Well, I mean, we do have +6 to resistance, so.
Yep.
So we are.
Oof. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 base. Plus. Okay, so we have 4, so minus. So 4 plus 6 resistance, so minus 10 resistance. But this is why Polarons are fun. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Plus 10 piercing. Because Polarons, you get +2 piercing on each effect. So
That's 4. Okay.
Yep. Plus
That would be 8.
I rerolled underneath it. So 13 damage to your shields. As this big F off Polaron cannon and just blast your shields.
Yawn.
That thing, either she.
Yeah. +1 breach and +2 breach for taking off your shields.
Wait.
Oh, we got one point hanging.
Yeah, because okay, let's.
I only see 13.
Look at the 10, 11. That must be power then.
Okay, let's see.
Can we add one momentum to give us an additional resistance?
Nope, not at this point.
Wait, okay, let's see. So, the current base is 10, and because of our +6, that acts match.
Yep.
The acts take full damage. If we lost shields, it takes damage.
That worked better than I thought. One hit to engine, one hit to structure.
And we only have a hit structure from last session.
Mm-hmm.
So, what do you do again?
Let me check.
GM, check Discord.
Ship structure has been significantly damaged. Vessel suffers from fire or minor hull breaches somewhere on the ship, forcing the area to be evacuated or sealed off. This makes it more problematic to reach that part of the ship to repair. Increase complication range of all engineering tasks to repair air systems by 2. Also reduce the ship's resistance by 1. And the difficulty to repair this task is 3. All right, and then, sure, let's do this again. Although my weapon systems are still shoddy, I'm just gonna keep this time, and then I'm going to attempt a repair. Difficulty is 3. Spend a dice. Nope. And that was my whole turn. It is now player's turn.
I'll go. I'll say direct or ignite. Fire quantums again.
Can we not? And say we did.
Only if you blow up the ship.
And I will throw in a determination on that.
Yeah, you can give Knight a determination.
Could I use my own determination for a second?
You can only spend 1 determination per dice roll.
Alright, fair enough. So that's 2 successes on a difficulty, what is it? 3 is it for a base?
You are kind of close. No, so difficulty 4. You're kind of not within optimal range.
I get
But
Alright.
control security difficulty 4.
With already 2 successes, I'm going to use that last momentum then to add a 3rd dice.
Okay. Comp range is 2. Ooh, that last hit, it kind of crossed your eyes a little bit. +2 from the captain, and captain, you also get to roll your presence command assist.
yes, and now I have a cloak that will help me with a direct leadership.
That will work.
Someone also roll the ship.
Yeah, I can.
Oh, I also forgot. Knight, what value are you calling upon to determine your way through this?
It was going to be the captain is always right.
Yep, I'll accept that. All right, and that's all things roll. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 on a difficulty 4. That is a hit. We have 3 momentum on the table, and 3 momentum on the table, and a hit.
That's a lot of zeros. How is it? Just 1 dice to reroll all those zeros? I know you're saying I should wait for your decision, but
1 momentum to reroll the zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 base damage so far. If you like to reroll. Yeah.
Yes, I would. 9,
10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So we're at 14 base damage. Minus 6 for the resist. So 14 minus 6, that is 8. Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, so +1 threat for using torpedoes. Are we doing a full spread this time? Or just a single torpedo?
I think we're at 4 damages on their weapons and we need to get to 6, so I think I'm still going to use full spread this time.
Okay.
Which gives it the devastating attack momentum, whatever that means.
That's an extra breach.
Okay.
So, 8 damage base. So that is 1 breach, each for 5 damage. 2 breaches for hitting Bear Hall. 3 breaches for torpedoes, and then 4 breaches for devastating.
So are you talking about the full spread maximum yield talent Knight?
Yes.
Yeah, the full spread maximum yield talent. That
Yeah,
gives
that only gives
devastating.
devastating.
What's devastating?
It increases difficulty to repair. That's all it does.
That's what it was. Okay. My bad.
Yeah, apologies.
Oh, no,
Okay.
that's fine because I know one of our characters has it as well. So I was just trying to figure out where's that one coming from.
Okay, so
that
we
would
have
been used twice then, but yeah.
Yeah, 3 breaches is 2 weapons. As her weapon systems. Yeah, as her weapon systems spark and are destroyed. Yeah, and then we get 1 breach, and then we get 3 breaches to a random system. We have 2 more to engines and 1 to communications. So engines are damaged. Communications are still impacted. And 1 breach to structure. Okay. That was your direct action. Captain, it's still your turn. Do you want to swift task or keep the initiative and hand it to someone else?
You do have a science advantage set up. I don't want to see go to waste.
Oh yeah, go science. Also, that thing hard lock. Do if you only shoot at the engine, because the engines are all like pretty messed up.
The tachyon beam just affects a random system. So you make the dice roll. If you make it, we just roll on the damage table and see which system is disabled. It doesn't count as a breach. It basically just sets the system in a disabled state, so they have to do a difficulty 2 task to reinstate it.
Yeah, so yeah. Go, why is tachyon?
Alright, so this is El's turn. We're keeping and handing it to El.
Yes.
Okay. Let's do this tachyon thing. Control, science. That seems good. That seems good.
I mean, when we set it up, I had the engines in mind, so it can't be done as a called shot.
Because of the way we can increase the difficulty to try to target the engine, so the first disable will be to the engines.
That's fine.
Okay. Science. And I'm gonna spend threat, increase complication by 1.
Since we're using the deflector, which is a sensor, would sensor operations work?
Do you have any other focuses?
Subspace theory.
Anything else that might work?
The stretching it, computers.
I will. Yeah, I'll accept subspace theory.
Now let's. I don't think I can get a die out testing a theory. So let's do 1 threat and the 2 momentum.
1 threat and the 2 momentum. Rolling 4 dice.
Somebody want to get the ship?
Oh no, it's communication science. Sorry.
Yep.
My bad. Same thing.
All right, so 2, 3, 4, and 5. So we gain that 2 momentum back. As you hit your macro, particles charge throughout the ship and fire out the deflector dish. How many? How do I want to do this? Let's do. Go ahead and roll me 4 challenge dice for every. For every 1 effect you get, you lose 1 power.
Okay.
If only that was damage, but yeah, you don't lose any power from that. And 1 hit to new engines, as their engines are disabled, and they start delisting. That is player and player. It is now her turn. Yeah, we are going to try to get our shields back up because I don't like those torpedoes. And the shield regen. That's engineering task, regen shield. So this is gonna be difficulty 2. I'm spending to roll 3 dice plus structure engineering. Structure is impacted. Maybe? Yay! Alright, so we regain 2 shields and we lose 1 power. I thought it was +2 for each. This doesn't seem right.
No, it's a specific talent.
Okay, so it's just us 1 for each momentum spent.
Yeah, unless you have a specific talent, then it's just +1.
Okay. Why is this not working? Come on. All right, and spend 2 threat to regain 2 more shields. There, I got a little something. That is her turn. It now goes back to the players.
Captain, this is just to take a boarding party over.
Well, it's too late because it did build it back up.
Well, it's a shuttle. They can't fly. They've got no weapons. I believe, like, engines and weapons are down, right?
Yeah.
Engines are disabled. Oh, weapons are destroyed. She has no offensive capabilities.
I'm gonna hail them until tell them to heal if they can.
Like maximum yield?
No, they're under. There.
Joke with her, tell her we surrender.
We could do that at the top of the next round, and we still have Maldon, Bog, Dr. Bog, and Maddox. Next, that can take turns.
I think Maddox should go and fix some of our damage.
So, sorry. Devastating attack is different to devastating weapon quality. Devastating attack. Roll additional system. That system suffers additional hit, dealing half the primary attack's damage rolled up.
Yeah, because you're using the talent full spread maximum yield, correct?
Yeah, which says devastating attack, momentum spent. There's like 2 momentum had been spent on it. The devastating quality on a weapon is engineering task to repair damage is called engineering task to repair damage caused by this weapon increased difficulty of 1. But the devastating attack momentum spend is roll an additional system. That system suffers additional hit.
Yeah, there it is in the book. The fun of having 2 things called pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, they. this stating? If I can spell.
Yeah, it's page 232 of the PDF.
Okay. We can and work with that at later.
Yeah, we don't worry about it now. It's just for next time. That's fine.
Yeah, for next time, we'll figure that out. Okay. Meanwhile, we have Maddox who's doing some repairs. Our shields are down, and you do have some damage to your structure.
Damage control, I presume.
Yep. Damage control difficulty E3. So this would be a control engineering task. Diff 3.
Yeah, I will use 1 momentum for a 3rd dime.
Okay.
Can I? Yeah, I'll just do that.
Good call. Getting that momentum and back. As we can ignore the effects of the structure breach for now.
Inform the captain that the structure is holding.
Good job, Maddox.
As you realign some structural integrity fields and get some bracing in the bulkheads.
Is our structure repaired?
Not totally. You can ignore the debuffs from it, but we're still counting it.
Okay, cool.
Oh, I'm back up.
Yep, your resistance is back up to full. Would you like to do a swift task, ask Maddox?
Yes.
All right, 2 momentum for a swift task. And what would you like to do?
Restore some shields, I believe.
All right, I believe that is helped by the ship engine structure. Div 2. No, wait, that's the wrong one. That's modulator shields. We need regen shields. So, yep, assist by the ship structure engineering. Control engineering, diff 2 because as your shields are down. Structure engineering.
Yeah, I'll just roll this straight at them.
All right. And the ship roll? All right, you just hit it, but the ship gains 2 shields. For a threat spend, and you can regain in 1-to-1. 1 threat for 1 extra shield.
He wants the 4. Don't give him 4 threat.
I'll let the captain make that call.
Or do. It's interesting.
I mean, they can't do anything. They don't have weapons.
there are like 20 other ships here that do have weapons.
I mean, don't you have a metal of enigmatic?
Yes.
So you could use that if you wanted and give yourself 2 bonus with momentum for the goal.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that then.
All right, so you can gain 2 shields plus the Medal of Honor. You gain 2 more shields, so 4 shields total.
I informed the captain that we have shields at 35%.
Thank you. So, I'm guessing that next is their turn. Oh, wait, I think Madison can give the next play for 3.
Yep, you can give it the next for free. So Maldon or Dr. Bog, which I will say that the sick bay does have some injuries. He's coming in.
Only imagine.
Mm-hmm.
You want me to go ahead and go and try to work on some folk?
Well done, Don, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Do you or Max would like to go inside? I could roll a d6. When you pick odds and when the keep is like a roll it.
Okay. I don't. They can't move, and their weapons are down. So I don't really know how much maneuvering this ship is gonna do for us right here. So I don't know.
Yeah, it makes sense for a bog to go away from us.
Get some crew back to work. I might be able to generate an advantage of some kind.
We need that momentum. Because I have an idea of an advantage and something bad happens to us.
Okay. I imagine my staff is hard at work triaging, and do I have anyone that I specifically need to work on, or is it going to be a group kind of hug deal here?
Yeah, this is a group hug like deal. No specific players have been in hit, but you do have engineers that are being brought in.
Okay. I feel like I probably need to prioritize those folks so they can get back to damage control and things of that nature. Okay. So we'll focus on that group and try to get them patched up enough that they can be walking wounded back to their job.
Control medicine, difficulty 2. Oh, why is it computers medicine? I messed that up.
Okay, so I'm going to use my technical expertise here. Whenever you attempt a task assisted by the ship's computers or sensors, you may re-roll on D20.
Yep.
And it may be the ship die as well. Okay, so I'll go ahead and spend my determination to drive to heal and save lives.
That will work.
And we'll leave it at that. That gives me 2 successes out of the gate, right?
That gives you 2 successes out of the gate, and you can roll to generate momentum.
And then ship. And we'll re-roll that.
Yep. Did it work?
Oh, man.
No. But
Right,
you did
still
get
got it.
3 out of 2, so you got 1 momentum. As we now have walking wounded going back to the engineering section. On engineering tasks for the next turn, we have 1 reroll that we can use. So, da-da-da. And that is not the right text. So we have triage on the engineering section. All right. That was Maddox and Dr. Bog. It is now my turn. She is going to attempt to send a communication out to the general area.
Oh, that's not good. It's about to say jump 'em, boys.
I mean, really? Really? What makes you think she'll be saying that?
Because you're a devious sucker, that's why.
Because she has
she's a
no
pirate.
honor.
Got
Yeah,
no weapon.
She's a
honor.
pirate. What honor do you expect?
mean,
Do you wish to intercept this message?
Yes.
I don't know.
It is encrypted. You could attempt an interception roll.
I believe in UL.
Is that a direct?
I can't. I'll use my detect, so I can't.
This will actually kind of be a free roll. You can and do this in lieu of them rolling, and you roll to enter. Yeah, I'm playing fast and loose with the rules.
All right. What's the task?
It will be a control science assisted by ship's communication science, and you have to tell me how hard you're trying to catch onto the roll. You have to set your difficulty. If you meet or exceed their encryption difficulty, then you can.
What's the range?
1 to 5.
Okay, 5. We're trying to intercept it.
You okay?
I recommend determination spend.
I was going to use a determination spend on it anyways, but I gladly accept the one from you.
Captain already used his one, unless she wants to spend a milestone.
Oh yeah, I do have a few milestones. These are there. Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, you don't have to waste the milestone. I'll do it exactly.
I'm fine. Spending milestone.
Okay. On what episode are you calling upon on the will to get through this?
God, I'm trying to remember my. This big hand. I'm trying to remember the last time I used determination and attack. Well.
Yeah, determination on a direct for an attack. Yeah, you've done a lot, so we can just strike that down. So you have a determination, and you're handing it to L.
Yes.
All right, L. What value are you calling upon?
All right. Ella is going to turn off the broadcasting end of the transceiver and turn on the receiving end to like max strength, all frequencies, zeroing in on the Orion frequency. I'm gonna get to my answer to you, but I'm letting you know what L's doing. All right, slightly out of Starfleet protocol in doing this, so threw out the handbook and wrote my own.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. Yep, that works. Do you wish to buy additional dice?
Well, I have subspace theory focus, and I will spend the one momentum and give you 2 threat for 2 extra dice.
Because you spent a determination, that's your 3rd dice, so it would be an extra 2. 2 threat to get that done.
Let me refigure this.
You could spend 1 threat and 1 momentum to get up to 3 dice rolling.
Okay, so let's do the 1 momentum, 1 threat for the first dice, and then give 3 more threat for the that last dice.
Okay, so you have 5 dice on the table. You are rolling 4 of them, plus the communication science.
Oh, what's the roll? Control science.
Do you have a reroll for that crit fail?
I don't. So, and I just lost roll 20. Give me 1 second.
Yes, computer expertise.
I don't think that would work.
Yep, that'll work.
What?
Wait. Hey, that works. I should double check.
No, don't double check.
Because computer expertise, it works for specific systems. What subsystem section is it on this?
I have it on my character sheet. It's when you attempt a task that involves programming or study of a computer system. You may add a d20 to your roll.
Yeah, that would not apply to this. Do you have bold or cautious?
No. Can I give you a threat?
No. I mean, you did spend a threat and momentum on it.
Yeah.
The only option that you have is examination legal if you wanted to do that.
But we just spent my determination on it.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah. Well, no, I used a milestone.
Yeah, the captain gave you a determination, so you still have 1 left. Or you can just let it stand.
No, we need the success anyways.
Okay. You could spend your own determination and re-roll those zeros.
Yeah, I'll spend it. So he's gonna realize something's not going quite well, and then it's gonna come to him. I know where I went wrong. He's got a theory for every situation.
I will allow it.
That's as a reroll, or could I spend it as a double one?
No. At this point, you have to reroll. You don't only spend it for double. You can only spend it for an automatic one before you start rolling dice.
You can reroll as many dice as you want. So you could reroll the other 0.
Oh, we can. So I can reroll both of them.
Yeah, you can reroll the entire pool or however much you want.
So I reroll the.
It's not a crit fail anymore, and you do hit it. Actually, they were not encrypted that badly, so. They were only encryption level 2. So you gain 4 momentum on top of that.
Wow.
That'll work.
And the message is, get them, draw blood for your queen, and you shall be greatly rewarded.
Can we send a?
Wait, I got
Send
a question.
I got an idea.
Let's hear yours and hear mine, then see what we want to go with.
Let's go Jurassic Park. No cheating.
Okay. Elle, what was your idea?
So the message, we got it, but it still goes out. Yes.
Yeah, you got it. It still goes out.
Okay. Can we spend 2 momentum as an advantage to block it from going out?
No. Oh, intercepting and yeah, you kind of had a choice of intercepting or blocking it. If you're reading it, it's already too late. It's already transmitted.
Okay, I got an idea for an advantage spend.
Okay.
I'm hoping to do both these advantage idea 1.
What's idea 1?
Have the sister come in and say a speech to leadership on his side.
Okay.
And idea 2 is to have the reinforcements come at the time I said. You know, like if they're intercepting, they'll intercept them.
I'll basically after this is resolved, it's gonna be the top of the round, and the Peltas will be coming in screaming. But for 2 momentum, I could allow Jedriel to show up and to give a grandiose speech.
Yeah, that'll work.
Okay. Why did I not have her? Okay. These are bigger ships, and this one is marked with a blue dot for Federation. Jedriel, burning in high warp, finally gets in here as she shows up and starts talking to her. Yeah, kind of assesses the situation and opens hailing frequencies.
I want to put the player characters on the Svalinn.
I kind of pulled them back so we could see what's going on, but you're all on the ship.
I thought we were floating in space.
It's getting very cold. Yeah, she's gonna show up and open in high frequency. Bezirel, stop this nonsense. And you're just as jealous of my power and prestige. No, you're being an idiot. At this point, they're gonna be in a social conflict, and Captain, if you like, you could assist Jedrai in a presence command check.
Okay. I have both diplomacy and leadership.
Yep, both those work.
When you get a chance, can I get a damage report on the other ship?
Yep. Well, at the top of the round, I'll get all that. Can Jedrai use a momentum for third dice?
Yes. And I will use my Medal of Honor to expand that complication.
Okay. This is Jedrai, and then for the opposed roll, starts to 2. Why is this not 1, 2, 3? Actually, I'm just gonna spend 1. Bring me up those 2. And this is Bezirel. They seem to be at an impasse. Jedrai could win and at an advantage, or at a complication.
I'm going to activate a milestone, and we will activate the milestone to be using diplomacy against the Cardassian to reroll my my dice.
Okay, I'll allow it. To what value?
By failing to, you are preparing to fail.
How are you preparing in this situation?
You know what? Better to deal with the problem now than later.
Yep, that'll work. Oof. You could succeed at complication, or this is a wash.
You know what? I'll take the wash.
Okay. As like overcomes, the two sisters are bickering at each other, or none of them seeming gaining in ground. As these ships, all the ships start slowly turning, powering on engines, and are slowly making their way towards you. Recall all these, as finally at the top of the round, the Peltas. As you've been flying long and hard, your teeth are chattering at the speed your warp engines are going, but you finally made it here.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
So, just to confirm, we're here to blow up the Svalinn?
Sounds that's the orders I have. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. Where do you want to drop in at?
Well, we have the choice. Let's get close to the Svalinn.
All right, like medium range.
maybe not in area range.
Yeah, so 1 hex away.
1 hex away. Okay. As Svalinn, and just as these two are bickering and the sphere starts closing in on you, the Peltas zips in and drops out of warp beside you.
It's just on an open frequency.
Okay.
Svalinn, I hear you need some assistance. Peltest is here to help.
Well, good thing you came. She just pushed the sorry lose it button with her forehead.
I'm pretty sure we could solve that problem in 1 round.
Yeah, I think 2 tactical ships with high-skated people, yeah.
Yeah, probably.
No, she has more breaches than that.
So that means you have to go back and count them all up.
Oh.
She has 2 breaches to communications, 3 breaches to engines, 1 breach to structure, and there are no weapons, only pain.
Okay, so what does that mean? Those systems are damaged, disabled?
Communications are impacted, engines are damaged, and they're trying to repair it, and structure is impacted. Which means she loses a turn next round. But yeah, Peltas drops in warp, open communications, and you guys can take an attack. Or take a turn.
Lieutenant Commander Vux, would you want to direct me, or should Ensign Tactiban do it himself?
Yeah, let's go with a direct right off the bat. Ensign, get me a firing solution on the ship.
Yes, Commander. So, I assume we're going quantums?
Oh, definitely.
So, GM, take 3 threat for 1 torpedo and 2 more for salvo.
Oh boy.
We will be minor actioning to calibrate.
All right, and let me verify the range here. So it's medium.
I don't know what he's
Hold on.
saying, but it sounds really cool.
Oh, it's going to get better. You're going to enjoy this.
I get the feeling we're dealing with the Star Trek Adventure pros here.
I literally have to.
Well, this character is designed to fire weapons, and the Peltas is a dedicated warship.
Yeah. All right.
So we'll be using full spread maximum yield and precision targeting on Tachibana.
Can we send a message to them telling them disable engines?
Well,
Yeah, if you have open comms with each other, there's nothing.
Emphasis on disable, not destroy.
Well,
That's fine.
their weapons are gone, so they're kind of sitting ducks.
No, they're not. Well, yeah, the weapons are gone, but the engines aren't.
The engines aren't gone. If we take out their engines, they don't have power and they can't do anything. That's why we have precision targeting.
We do.
Precision targeting to engines then?
Well, I'll go for it because we have quite a lot which we'll be doing.
Okay.
So
let's take this slow. One step at a time.
So we'll do it one at a time. So definitely 1 momentum for a 3rd dice because we have cautious security.
Okay.
Tactical systems for focus, I assume, would apply.
Absolutely.
So we have full spread maximum yield, so you already know what that does.
Yeah, pain.
We have precision targeting on Tachiban, which gives us a free reroll and a piercing 1 damage effect.
It's piercing 1 per effect roll, I believe.
Correct.
Yes. And then
So
this is a direct
reroll?
task from Bucks using Presence Command and the focus in Starfleet Protocol. We are doing this by the book, strangely enough.
Yes.
Yeah, actually. Also, because we have fast tagging systems, we can tag the system without increasing the difficulty.
Yep.
Mhm.
That's already in line here.
And with our weapons security on the pelters of 17,
And
And
that
you have a Medal of Honor.
Or?
I believe that's just 3, so that hits.
that is a hit. Roll me that
Well,
damage
I'm
dice as I start crying.
So again, this is piercing 1, vicious 1, high yield with devastating attack
Yep.
Oh wait.
on a full
Yeah.
salvo.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's a lot of effects.
That's
Not
a lot of
even.
effects.
Not even at us, and I peed a little.
All right, so 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 13 base. Would you like to reroll any of that?
Do you know what? Would you accept a threat for a reroll?
I will accept a threat for a reroll. I'm not stingy here.
Okay. Yeah, we'll reroll 4 just for shits and giggles.
This is gonna be a lot of shit.
That's the idea.
Okay, so we're at 16 base damage. Minus 6 for the resistance.
Plus we have piercing 1 per effect.
All right, and that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 effects, so plus 6 damage. Edge, so that washes out. Okay.
That's also devastating attack and spread.
Okay, so let's start counting them up. That is 1 breach for more than 5 damage.
A lot more.
Shields
1
are
breach
down.
each because, yeah, shields are down. There are no shields, only Zool.
I think another one because of high yield.
Ooh, another one because of high yield. And then another one for devastating.
Yep,
Yeah,
and that's
sounds
just
right.
in the first part.
I
Yep.
did say disable engines, not destroy.
All right, so
Air
that
engines
is
are gone, I'm pretty sure.
I'm totally
I
fine
mean-
with this. This is all the violence I wanted, and more.
So, like,
Goodness.
being completely honest, this is a love tap of what the pelters can actually do at full capacity.
Holy crap! What?
Oh yeah.
okay.
That
This
was
is not
uh,
piloting it with 2
that was
support
a
characters.
nudge.
That was a nudge. Yeah, and that was just the first attack. Second attack. Base damage of 16. Half is 8. We have piercing 6. X 6, so that just washes out again. So we have 8 damage. That is 1 breach for more than 5. 2 breach for bear haul. 3 breaches for high yield. 4 breaches for devastating attack, and those go to random systems.
Yeah,
1,
we're just using
two.
support characters for this.
3.
A lot of
4.
structure.
Yeah. Yeah. Now I have to look at warp core breaches.
You know, with all these, we might be able to just shoot their core out of their ship.
Yeah, for like 6 momentum and a gummy bear, I will allow that.
I don't have any gummy bears. Do you take Sour Patch Kids?
Okay, so that is another breach to structure, and that engine rolls over. My poor
Hey,
boss.
Miss, considering this was our first action, that's not bad for a love tap.
My poor boss.
I mean, you invited us.
I did invite
Jesus.
you. Yeah. All right. Let me look at the rules here because I am rolling stuff.
Okay, I want to quickly say something. Did you accidentally pull out a bolt pistol instead of a marshmallow gun for the left tab?
No, that is not. That's a fraction of what we usually do.
Well, you probably won't have a warp core breach just yet with the only one more breach added to engines. Should have be going to disable before destroyed.
Oh no, because precision targeting.
Yeah. The first hit just barreled into engines.
Yes.
Yeah, because we can target him and not increase our difficulty. So that's his engines just gone immediately.
If one more
round.
Okay. Yeah, she lost containment.
Has anybody ever seen John Carpenter's The Thing?
Yes.
So the scene where he goes in the room to check on the generator and he's like, "It's gone." He's like, "Can it be fixed?" It's gone, McCready. That's what they're gonna look like when they go in their engine room. Captain's gonna be like, "Can you fix it?"
I'm gonna spend two threat to.
engines.
I'm gonna spend 2 threat to create the advantage that please don't blow up yet.
We're not trying to blow them up.
Yeah, you're not trying to. It might just happen.
Yeah.
But I spent 2 threat to counteract that.
Yeah, I'm gonna quickly do a thing.
Okay.
With the thought that, oh no, it's gonna explode.
No,
Maybe
not
do
anymore.
something,
It's not.
Well,
It's not going to explode anymore. Spent threat to avoid it.
Now, but
In this round, it's still probably rolling warp core breaches.
it's gonna be rolling warp core breaches until something terrible happens.
yeah, well, my plan is to do Jacte, BAP, so you know we don't accidentally kill civilians.
Yeah,
let's
that
save
that is a
lives.
thing. All right. Top of the round, and who's going first?
I will be happy to lock on a tractor beam to try to help save lives.
You have to get closer first. Tractor beam's close range.
So we'll have Maldan move.
Can't you just use a miner to move, then the tractor roll?
Oh, yeah, how? Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
wait. Can you use a miner
How-
to move the ship?
I honestly can't remember. Usually we just destroy things in one round.
Yeah,
Oh, I
no,
bet
you
you
can't use
do.
a
I
you
bet
can't
you
use a
do.
miner to move the ship. It's just that moving the ship at maneuvering is a 0 difficulty task normally.
Yeah, 0 difficulty and cost 1 power. Or you could wait. Does maneuvering cost power? Maneuvering
Impulse cost power.
impulse costs power. Maneuvering does not cost power. So Maldon could use his turn to maneuver, or here, or if he wants to use impulse power, he can move here and still be within tractor range, but more in line.
Go ahead and generate a
Wait,
lot of momentum where you're at it, Maldon.
Wait, can we? Is it possible for L to do a miner to just move, then checked and then impulse out?
Maldon has to move the ship first.
So L can't spend a miner to move it, or yes,
He can use a miner to move himself, not the whole ship. The whole ship takes an entire turn to move.
So is there a possibility to?
Well,
move,
we're looking
check
at
it,
3
then-
tasks here. 2 moves
then
and a
move
track.
out?
That's
Yeah.
what we're looking at.
Maldon could go. He can make a roll for the impulse power, for the impulse maneuver, and if he gets 2 or more momentum, you can use that to keep the initiative, and then use that to tractor.
or swift task contractor with the same.
Get
Same
us
character.
Get us at least 4 to 6 momentum if you can, because we're still going to need to move out of the way just to get clear.
Okay, so am I spending threat to get another dice then? That's what it
Yep.
sounds like.
Yeah. Go for it.
Right.
This is going to be control con. Control con difficulty 0.
0.
I still don't have that.
Any metals, coordination, anything that you can use right now to generate momentum?
Did we ever use the advantage that I created by getting the engineers back?
Not yet, but you could use that now.
Let's do that.
All right. Basically, a re-roll all on the engines roll. Engines engineering. No, engines con. What am I doing?
From this, is that from the Svalinn?
Yep.
Alright, so 0 difficulty task and net 5 momentum.
Yep.
Yeah.
And minus 1 power. As you can move to
Okay,
Ditto.
so we have to spend 2 to keep the initiative. Or wait, no, doesn't. What about Doesn't the captain have the talent to keep it?
That's only in the first round.
Yeah.
Only
Could we
first
do?
round.
I mean, like, if Mal, is it a difficulty to move a disabled ship to track team?
To tractor them, that is technically a tactical roll, but he could do it from his console.
An override test.
Yeah, you could do an override. So base difficulty 2, override would be difficulty 3. Plus you'd be doing a swift, that'd be difficulty 4 to grab it with a tractor beam.
Well, I'm gonna do the swift task afterwards.
Okay.
So then you have to keep the initiative for someone aside from whoever's at con to move.
Oh, okay, no, we're keeping the initiative. So, and let me go, since we're in place. All right, so I can lock on the tractor beam. So what's it take to lock on the tractor beam?
Are we keeping the initiative, or are we doing a swift task? Because that kind of affects what we're doing.
If it's a swift task, then that means Maldon would be taking the task, right?
Yes. Does Maldon want to take the task, or are we spending 2 to have someone else do the tractor beam task?
Maldon, how would you be at locking on a tractor beam?
What would I be using for that?
Control security, I believe.
Yeah, it would be control
very
security.
bad. Very bad. If you're asking me to do anything with security, it becomes tears and sadness.
I
Yeah.
thought tractor beams were structure security.
It's
No,
what, insecurity?
It's structure security for the ship. It's control security for, the person pushing buttons.
Oh,
I've
yeah.
got a 13 between control and security.
You could
And it would be
also,
a diff 3.
yeah, you could also use that to activate Zogar and have Zogar take a player turn.
I mean, I'm willing to give this a shot with the override. I'm willing to give it a shot.
All right.
But
All right, so we spent the 2 for the keep the initiative. What is it for the tractor beam?
From your console, it's gonna be difficulty 3. I'm going to 1, 2, 3, 4. No, just these guys. Increase the difficulty or complication. Control security, difficulty 3 to do it from your console, or you can have Zogar do it from the second tactical console, and it'll be difficulty 2.
Can we activate Zogar just to have him assist?
He could assist.
Let's
Yes.
do that.
All right, 1 crew support.
On the
Okay.
ship, do I put the complication range at 3?
Correct.
Give you.
Ooh.
What's the complication for me? 3?
3.
Okay. Add a extra dice by giving you threat, and then no help from the ship. Gonna have to spend 2 more. We only got 3. Damn it. 2 more threats for the 4th dice, and pray like hell.
I'm gonna have to probably quash that mess up ship there.
We can't afford the momentum if I'm going to do the swift task. We're 1 short. Unless we can see if we can generate it from the swift task, because it's a 0 difficulty to move the ship.
You might be able to swift task with 1 momentum and giving
1
a threat.
Mm-hmm.
GM, will you allow that?
Possibly. We'll have to resolve this first. How
Okay.
are we dealing with that?
Oh, is that for Zogar?
Yep, that's
Yeah.
Zogar.
Okay.
So that generates 1 momentum. You have 4 momentum on the table. Are we
Okay.
letting the complication stand, or are we quashing it?
Quashed it with 2 momentum.
Okay.
And then I'm going to swift task.
Okay, hold on. You do successfully get the tractor beam aim on the ship. However, its structure is severely damaged. You cannot go faster than impulse.
Okay. Swift task.
Impulse is what I was hoping for.
Okay, +2 for our swift task. You can now go again. And L, what is your swift task?
L just disconnected.
And
Oh,
I
no.
did not hear that because as I'm streaming.
I think that the plan was to do a impulse move, but we'll wait.
Yeah. Impulse move 3. Can you hear us now? Yep. What do you want to do with overriding the con?
Override the con and move the ship.
Alright.
Move
Impulse?
us, add an impulse away. So it would normally be a 0 difficulty, but a difficulty 1 since it's the override.
Difficulty 2 because swift task.
Yes. Yeah, swift task and override, so that's diff 2. But yeah. So difficulty 2. Engines and con. All right. Control con difficulty 2. Complication 4. Part of the complication is threat spend. Part of that complication is this ship is not in a good place right now.
Not afraid of complications. All right. Buy 1 dice with threat.
Okay.
And you know, I might as well just buy the second one with threat as well. 4 dice.
4 dice total.
Yeah.
All right.
3 threat.
Got it.
Again, very like hell. Control con.
Correct.
So look at about a 50-50 here.
And the ship roll. All right. Gain 1 momentum.
You made it.
You made it.
Will you take one threat, and the 1 momentum to quash?
Nope. Not in this instance.
He wants
Do you
to
have anything
complicate.
else to re-roll or quash that?
You know
I would
what?
like to pull from a milestone and give L a reroll.
Okay.
I'll take it.
You now have a determination on what value are you re-rolling.
Never waste an opportunity to fly.
Totally accepting that.
Little out of context for the character, but it still works.
Yes, now you could reroll those 2 zeros.
Nice. Another momentum generated. So you should be down 2 power, so you should be at 11 or 7 out of 11 power.
Alright, how far can we go on impulse here?
2 hexes. Or two zones, so you can go here to the edge of the circle.
Can we spend a momentum to go further?
No. But I think with the advanced impulse engines only kick in if you're doing an attack pattern or evasive action.
Question.
Yes.
What's the blast radius of warport reach?
By the way,
Pretty
Close usually.
Yeah, it's any ship within close range, so it is effectively out of range.
Okay, so we're good.
I mean, you say that, but
Well, the civilians are good.
you say that.
can we let the Peltest know that we want the Queen alive?
Yeah, the 2 ships have open communications. You can talk to each other.
Captain?
You can talk to each other freely.
Yeah, can we keep a queen alive and let her?
We'll do our best, Svalinn.
All right. It is now my turn. Bad guy's turn. As Queen wants blood.
She's not doing anything.
Oh wait. Queen wants blood. Queen gets blood.
Queen has no engines or weapons.
Or weapons. And hardly any
She's gonna
structure.
self-destruct.
You know what she does have? Maniacs.
Ah,
He has 5 threat.
Hold on. No, I spent 2 threat already just to make this happen.
Am I allowed to spend 2 momentum for a advantage?
An advantage based on your movement. How do you? What's the advantage?
Well, no, like, is there a way to spend momentum without? Well,
Without tying it to the roll?
Yeah.
Possibly. What's the advantage?
Let me.
Can we spend two momentum to cause an additional disadvantage on her, knocking out a system or something?
No. Wait. What's the jet talk?
Any moment now.
Okay.
He was like just on the heels of the Peltas. Different vector, but
I want him to warp behind this ship.
That's gonna be hilarious and a better intro than what I had in mind. 2 momentum, I will allow that to happen. As indeed, as this ship is flying in at warp speed and is going to attempt to ram you and the civilian vessel.
Brace for impact.
I would suggest bracing for impact. That was at extreme aim range. This is like a daring con difficulty 3. Plus engines engineering. And this is gonna do like all the dice of damage. Actually, we'll do this. Yes. We'll have a roll off between the Braytok and this enemy ship. Winner gets the kill. I like that. That seems fun. As this ship is warping in, and suddenly your good friend, the IKS Braytok, decloaks and is flying behind this guy. Comms are open and they are just bellowing out Klingon war chants as they're coming into bear. I already spent a threat to roll 3 dice on this. The Braytok is going to be rolling weapon security. Actually, you can see the sheet up top in the guest star location. In the guest star folder.
Yep.
Would you like them to spend any extra dice?
Yeah, take a threat for a 3rd dice.
1 threat for a 3rd dice. I'll actually, yeah, a player can take the Braytok sheet.
I've got it.
Sweet.
Okay.
All right. You're gonna be rolling in 3 on the crew task. You always have a focus when using a ship. And Jetog can also assist with his direct.
I got J-Talk.
All right. And J-Talk does have a focus. Yeah, I'm all ready.
So I'm rolling the crew task roll, not the starship task roll?
You're gonna be rolling in both. Crew task roll, you're gonna be rolling 3, and then the ship task roll as well.
NPC
ships are kind of different.
Okay. Are you ready for me to roll that?
Yep, go ahead.
Oh, that was terrible.
Oof. Let's see how this guy does. You beat it by Braytok beats it by 1, and as the ship is screaming in and trying to ram you, suddenly it explodes into plasma confetti as the Braytok swoops through.
Still a complication there, though.
Still a complication there.
Can we give him a threat to squash that, or?
I'm gonna guess that Svalinn takes banding wreckage.
I like the wreckage idea, but I'm going to say the skill of the ship was 5. Yeah, both you and the civilian vessel take 5. I've stressed 5 dice of damage. I said 5. Enter. Ugh. So that is 4 damage total. But
And our shields are down.
Your shields are down. So I dropped the shields. So this one is for the Svalinn. 1 hit to weapons and oof.
Why would your shields be down?
They took 4 damage from the complication explosion.
Well, you'd take it out of resistance first.
Good point. I forgot about that. Okay, so I forgot about resistance. Your Svalinn takes no damage as you just kind of brush it off. The civilian vessel, unfortunately, has a scale of 3, so it takes 1 damage. 1 dig against the hull. Oh no.
That's still enough for a breach.
How many are on board the freighter?
Over 200.
We should maybe start beaming them off.
It'll take several minutes to get that done.
And we can't fit 200 people.
Yeah. Their
thank
structure.
goodness we got multiple ships here.
Can we beam over a couple engineers over there?
Well,
You think we have room?
yeah. The Braytok and the Peltas are both scale 3, so they're smaller than you are. But unfortunately, that was the enemy's turn, so it is now player's turn. As the ship does get dinged and a massive gash starts across the engineering section, and it just seems to be accelerating as it goes.
I mean, we could just save none of them, I guess.
I don't like that. Try to save as many as we can.
Yeah, we are currently in a big.
Does Jezreel have transporters?
She does, and she could possibly have room for all of them.
Okay, between at least 3 ships, right there, everyone can start using transporters.
I feel like it should be these 2 instead of us. These 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're way out of range.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. The 3, the Svalinn, Jezreel ship, and the Klingon ship.
I don't think the Klingons would.
The Klingons have about as much room as the Peltas. Yeah, it's a Bezirel class bird of prey. They normally hold like 50 people on a good day, 60 if they don't like them.
Yeah, and we don't know how many. What will the percentage max passenger be? Well, how many are in the by crew?
How many are on the civilian ship?
200.
200.
Okay. How many transporters do we have?
You have 2 transporter rooms. There's a 6 pads. You could bring 12 people all over around.
It's gonna take too long.
It would at that point it would turn into an extended task.
Yeah, it's gonna take too long.
Bezirel would have the room in one of the ship for that thing, because Orions have a thing about picking up people and, you know, taking them places. An Orion ship would have the room in which to take on passengers. They're kind of built for that thing, because, you know.
How many transporters does?
It would still be an extended task on her part, but she would have a lot more transporters and just a lot more room to put them in.
So she could do that.
You can maybe screen the ship in the meantime.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Probably try off the track. I mean, I would move it up.
It's just a minor turn off the tractor beam. So. Oh wait.
Yeah, we'll take field damage as a priority.
I keep forgetting about that. Yeah, player's turn. What do you do? She is just delisting and just screaming in space.
Okay, big part 2, this fight.
You could talk to Bezirel and shake her out of it.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay. Communication open. What do you say to her?
I'll say, because with the this will have a clear gun. And we end this situation without any form of loss of life.
But she's obviously, insane, and if we can cut off the head, all these attacks will stop. If we press the attack, we can end this.
I mean, can't you also end it by taking a prisoner? His shields are down.
Okay, that's also a thing. For your turn this round, you can, Calder, you can give me a presence command difficulty, difficulty 2, assisted by ship's communications command, to see if you can persuade her to agree with your plan.
Okay, take the guy who's gonna exit.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with the ship.
Yep, communication and command on the ship.
Got that.
I can get that. What was it again?
Communications command.
Oh, but that's not on the. You're talking about Svalinn.
On the Svalinn, yes.
Yeah, alright. It ain't the cool way to play, I'm sorry. But we do gain a momentum.
You do gain a momentum, and she concedes. Very well, I can and start rescuing the people off the ship, and I will also be taking prisoners off my sister ship. Is this agreeable?
Yeah, could I spend 2 momentum to make the transporting faster?
How would you manage that?
I'm thinking.
What about using cargo transporters?
Or a coordination thing would work.
Yeah, coordination, yes.
Okay. 2 momentum for an advantage on transport. Basically, Jederail is going to be sitting in the middle, shields down, and doing transport, and she's going to be rolling her structure plus her scale in challenge dice, which is 4 plus all right, so she's gonna be rolling 6 challenge dice at the top of the round, and she's gonna be trying to fill out a work track of 20.
Okay, that could.
That could work. Yeah, so at the top of the round, she's gonna roll 6 challenge dice, and she's trying to fill up a work track of 20 to beam all the people up. But she's not gonna roll to get the task. She's just going to be straight doing a work task.
Maddox could help.
Maddox could offer help on his turn.
Okay.
All right. That was Calder's turn. Do you wish to? I can't really keep the initiative or swift task, so.
I can't.
Did it? Cool. Bad guy's turn. I'm not quite done playing with you yet. As one of these cruisers is going to pull out of the pack, and sure, buddy. You got this. It's only Defiant. What's the worst that can happen?
I believe in them.
Somebody's got to.
Yeah, oh yeah, they have a high resistance that Vine has an extra.
Has a blade of armor. Yep.
It is a good day to die.
We in the first scene, I also made a roll to add extra resistance.
Yes, you did.
Oh yeah, that's us. Cool.
Yes, we're at 7 resistance.
An additional 7?
No, just 7
7 total.
on the sheet.
Yep. Nah, we're in medium range. We got this. I'm gonna leave that threat there. Yay!
Congratulations.
That was with phase polaron beams.
But you've made the fatal mistake.
I've now pissed you off.
No, you're now in range of us.
Yep.
And you pissed off.
Okay. We are going to be re-rolling any of those three because I am quite angry. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 base. And we have. Okay, so you have 7 resistance, but I have 2. I have 2 chevrons, so I cut through 4 of that resistance. That is.
Each one should have piercing 1, not piercing 2, if the beams have a piercing effect.
I thought it was piercing 2 for polarons.
Maybe there's something in a book that I'm not familiar with.
Yeah, most piercings at piercing 1 unless it specifically states it's piercing 2.
Could have been up.
I'm gonna control F.
Yeah, just leave it as piercing 2. We'll deal with it.
Yeah, we'll do it out later. So that is. Alright, so that brings it down to 1 damage plus 5. So, 5 damage to shields. So that is at least 1 breach to the peltast.
Yeah, technically.
Okay.
1 breach to the sensors of the peltast. I'm not gonna keep. So now, it is player's turn. As the ship has just made a grave mistake.
I mean, would any of you like to do something, or would you like us to lessen the field?
I think retaliation makes sense.
Ensign, return fire.
Yes, Commander. I don't think we need quantum, so I reckon the phases should be alright. Do you agree?
Agree.
The array or cannon?
We'll be doing the array, so we can spread. And because of precision targeting, we get a free reroll, and effects will be piercing 1. Would you like to take a threat for an extra dice?
I would.
I'll reroll for fishing.
Let me get the ship assist.
Gain 2 momentum gain. And that is a hit.
So this is spread.
Lovely.
Yeah, so that's piercing 1, and we have versatile as well.
Alright, 1 versatile to reroll. Or
no, we're nothing yet. We're going to see what we do first before we decide where the versatile goes.
Alright, 1.
Because of fast targeting, can we just say we targeted their engines?
Targeting engines.
It doesn't increase the difficulty.
Nope. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 base damage. These
piercing 4.
Piercing 4. That just cuts. That's through their. No, they have resistance 5 because these are bigger ships. So -1, so 7 damage. 7 damage goes through. That is 1 breach.
And that's spread, so that's an extra half damage 4 plus Chevron, so that's another 8 damage with piercing 4.
Oh wait, why am I rolling? These guys are NPCs. All right. So that is 8 damage. Half is 4 plus 4, so another 8 damage to another system.
Correct. And would like to put the versatile into 1 vicious and 1 power drain, please.
All right, so that is
That's an extra 4 on the first attack and 4 on the second.
all right. So, oh, yeah, I believe. All right, so the first attack is 7 plus 4. That is
11.
1, 2, 3. Why don't they just give the shields numbers? That's weird. 4, 12, 13, 14. So first attack brings the shields down to. Okay, so 7 plus 4, 11. So, oh, shields are up. So that is 1 breach plus 2 breaches.
You also lose 4 power on the first hit as well.
All right. And then the second hit is 8 half plus the chevrons again. That is 4.
It's the exact same damage as the first hit.
Yeah.
Exactly everything.
All right, so that is another. So plus 1 breach each for 5 more damage. Plus 1 breach for bringing their shields down, and then another breach for. I'm miscounting breaches. Why am I losing this? All right. So 5 breaches altogether. Yeah, she is disabled.
Should we? Would you like me to swift task and drop another one?
Swift task with momentum and a threat to drop another one. Yeah.
Yeah. Would you accept that, GM?
Yes.
And Mr. Tachiban Akira will attempt to drop another ship. I'll let the GM pick out the 2 closest.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. This one's dumb.
So I'll be spending a momentum to proc cautious.
Okay.
And because of precision targeting, I also get an extra reroll, so I've got 2 reroll dice if I need it.
Okay, and this is +1 difficulty.
Correct. I'll say that we're targeting the engines because it does increase difficulty, so.
Okay.
Now for the
And
ship.
Yep.
All right, so we generate that one back.
1 momentum back.
And here we go.
Ouch.
So, yeah, so.
Okay.
The combo we just did previously, I'm doing
It's-
it again, so.
Spread, vicious okay. Let's count them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 base damage.
So that's actually vicious 1, power drain 1, piercing 1, spread.
Okay, so vicious.
17 base damage.
Vicious brings us 17 base damage. -5 for the resistance.
It's no resistance.
No resistance because as of all that piercing. Yeah, you don't even have 17 shields, so 1 breach for +5. 5 more damage.
Made a clear hole through it.
1 breach for dropping shields. All right, and then we're gonna do. So that's 2 breaches already, and now we do it again. 17 half is 8 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 15 damage. 15 damage base. No resistance, no. Yeah, the resistance is canceled out. And yeah, so that is 1 hit for 5, 1 breach for 5 more. 2 breach it is for bear haul.
So I believe that was 32 points of damage in one spread.
Yes. And
Damn.
With phaser arrays.
yep, that is major ouchie. As you disabled another ship. You don't get to go anymore.
Wait, hold
technically
on. We could keep the
action.
initiative.
Yeah,
You
we
could-
We have 2 momentum.
You have 2 momentum. Do you wish to keep?
Please.
Yes.
All right. Who's going this time?
NPC, like a crew support.
You could
So-
activate a crew support on the Peltas.
And I think going by your rules, because we have security 5, we have a secondary tactical console.
Correct.
So yeah, I think
We
we'll
don't
just get a
there.
yeah.
So we're just using the NBC crew roll here.
I believe so. Yes.
All right, cool.
So, and because it's not a swift task, it's back down to difficulty 2, I believe.
Correct.
We are targeting engines, but because nothing happens. Take a threat for fundies.
Taking a threat for funsies.
And ship roll. We gain the
Generate the
momentum.
momentum.
Luckily, this won't have piercing, so you're lucky.
The third ship we hit in one round might not die.
Oh, what we
Spend-
could do is go for 1 piercing and 1 reroll.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. So I see 6 on the table so far. One versatile for a reroll.
Yep, so I'll roll 5 more and 1 for piercing.
All right.
Oh,
But that piercing would help. So that is 8 base. They have a resistance of 5, but you have more than 5 chevrons, so let's not even bother with that. That brings us.
No, the momentum spend there is for piercing to the momentum spend tasks. That's different from our NPC who has a piercing talent. So it's
Okay.
only -2 resistance.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That is so confusing, and they should not do that.
Isn't
All
it?
right. That brings it down to. All right, so piercing 2 resist. That brings the resistance down to 3. So 5 damage, at least 1 breach.
yep,
And-
and that's a spread.
All right, so half 4 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 4. How does that make sense? 4 plus 7.
Yep, it's half plus chevrons.
Half plus chevrons. You rolled a lot of chevrons, so 4 plus 7 is 11 in damage base.
Plus the piercing 2, so only resistance 3.
All right, so -3. That is 8 damage. And that. All right, so 8. I believe you take their shields out.
Yeah, that seems fair.
Yep, they only have
We
14
want-
shields.
We might be able to give 2 threat for devastating on that attack. If the gym will take it, and then we could take out the third ship.
I will
okay.
allow that. Third ship is taken out.
Would we like to
We're
swift
helping.
task and take out a fourth?
No.
Is there anyone
no,
else in range?
There's no one else in range.
Yeah.
You guys put the war in warship. Holy
They could
cannoli.
go for long range.
I mean, could we just ask a sensible question?
Yes.
Considering this teensy little ship just warped in, decimated the flagship, and disabled 3 ships in a matter of seconds, you'd think the rest would go, maybe not.
You know what? I will allow I'll allow a presence and command and roll from Vox, assisted by Calder, basically assisted by all the captains in here. Presence command, difficulty. There's a lot. Yeah, they way outnumber you, but they're pirates. They're dumb, and they're kind of bloodthirsty.
And they're at a lost morale because their queen's ship is disabled.
One very easy way to make the pirates all scatter.
Threaten to arrest them.
Exactly. Boom.
Yeah, that generally works. A show of force and the threat of arrest makes a lot of people run away.
All right, presence command difficulty. I'll say a presence command difficulty 3, assisted by all the friendly captains.
Cool.
Wants to take just talk.
Yeah, one person takes shit talk. I'll just roll for Jederael since I don't think you have access to her sheet.
Determination spend toward the value. This is my ship.
Yes.
All right, so that's for 2 successes,
Yep.
and then just rolling standard. Focus in Starfleet protocol. Decisive first strike followed by offer for surrender.
I'll take that.
Is that the equivalent of "This is my life"? Oh my god, this is fine. For fun.
There we go.
Yep. And then,
Holy shit.
and then all the friendly ships.
6, 7.
That's Jederael. And then someone getting Jatak.
The ship. Or...
The character. There should be a Klingon on character named Jatag. And he
Okay, what's he rolling?
presence command, and I'll take his focus on morale.
What, that we're shattering theirs.
Yeah.
Yes.
Man, I've just been rolling crappy.
Mother Mara. So 2, 4,
8.
6, 7, 8 on difficulty 3. Yeah. And I'm going to be rolling 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15. Okay, so like a lot of challenge dice. For every 1 chevron for every 1 chevron, they will instantly surrender and not be a combatant anymore. And for extra momentum spends, 1 momentum spend you can re-roll the dice you don't like, and then the rest you can do to add extra ships. Does that make sense to everyone?
Yeah.
Does that make sense outside my skull?
Yeah.
All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ships go away.
1 for reroll.
Yep. And
So
that
reroll
is
10.
Rerolling 10.
Yeah.
2 more leave.
I think you can only take the reroll effect once. So
reroll effect once, but you
Yeah.
could spend and one more ship leaving.
I mean, do we just want to get 4 more off the field?
it's not a bad use of 4 momentum.
Really not.
I'd say go for it.
That would only leave 4 altogether.
Or 5?
5, if my math's correct.
Now, quick question: did we ask them to surrender or ask them to leave? Because those are slightly different.
Surrender. As far as the legalese of that goes, I believe that for Corbinian for processing 20 scale force pirate ships worth of prisoners. That sounds like a Deface Arcania problem.
Yeah, so
You still have to get all the ships there.
Yes.
yeah, there's gonna be a lot of.
Now you guys are under arrest, so that means you need to stay here while we shuttle people back and forth, okay?
If they surrender their ship, basically they can hand you their prefix code and you can just slave the ship to your console. All right.
Yeah, that tracks.
Yeah, that is all of them. As suddenly you guys get a bunch of prefix codes as these guys are going, you know what? Today is not a good day to die. But I'm doing it again as these guys are saying today is a good day to die. Svalinn, brace for impact.
Not again.
I've never played with the suicide guys before. This is kind of fun.
Oh, no.
Oh yes.
Move, take the hit.
I think you get desperate now.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah. I'm moving the Svalinn to take the hit for the civilians.
All right. As we're doing ramming speed.
Can we avoid it?
If you avoid it, they're gonna hit the civilian ship.
We are not avoiding it.
I use the force to stop them in space.
All right, so
Can
it's
we shoot
engine
them before
con.
they get to us?
I use my psychic abilities to yeet the ship to the next dimension.
Where's Varder when you need him?
Why is it raining blood on the bridge?
We can have night fire.
Increase one for every range category beyond close. Yeah. It's gonna be difficulty 4. I'm gonna be rolling 4 dice for the crew. This is a really, really bad idea, guys. Glory to the Queen. I got difficulty 4. Oof.
Probably weren't expected that.
No. What's the complication on this?
Yeah. What is it?
Their engines cut out and they can't complete the maneuver.
Generally, when it's engines, it's extra power.
They're not concerned about the power draw. It's also a con roll, so I will say you get cover dice. You can get two cover dice from this as they got the angle wrong and it's kind of a glancing blow off, your ship and shields. If successful, attack initiates challenge dice damage 2 plus my ship scale. All right, so scale 4 plus 2, 6 challenge dice of damage. I'm re-rolling. Nope. If I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this right. Come on. Why are you being weird? A little better. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So we know who he's shoving on.
Yep. I get vicious 1 on effects, devastating quality. Yeah, and it basically just bounces back on me. So
And we have
2,
resistance.
2, 3, wait, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. So that is 9 damage.
Okay, so take
Six.
5 damage and a shield it down.
Yep.
No. 2 cover, 6 resistance.
We only. Oh,
No, you only get 4 resistance. Or, yeah, 4, base 4 resistance. Plus
no,
the
we only
3
get-
challenge, plus...
So walk through all the numbers.
Alright, so we're dealing with a base 9 attack. Because it's vicious 1. Minus 4 or resistance for your scale.
-2 for cover.
well, minus
Minus
because
3
of
for
the-
cover.
So we only take 2 damage.
Yep, you
shield
only
is
take 2
above.
damage. As they take... and it says devastating in quality, but I didn't even call it as a breach. That was dumb.
Yeah, ramming isn't all it's made up for, unless you've got someone designed with talents for that.
Yeah,
Yeah, and then you also want a big ship.
they're kind of dumb. They're desperate and dumb and not thinking this through.
That's the right word when you're going to use ramming speed.
Oh,
All right, so I take...
So did they change the mind inside during this round?
They're going to take more damage than we take.
Yeah, because they don't get the cover dice. So 5 damage, so they get 1 breach. So that hurt them more than it hurt you. Because they're bad at aiming. And now it's your turn.
Maybe we should
As
do it right next round.
Yeah, they're essentially at close range with you. It's not-
I'm gonna go night.
I'll go for night.
Oh yeah, I forgot night. So
Yeah, Knight's not here, but another player can pick up a sheet and do the things.
So what do you want to do, Captain?
Show them the error of their ways.
Alright. So we're gonna fire phasers. Can we there's something that allows us to kind of like the charge with phasers on ground. Is there something like that on the space
Yes,
weapons?
you can do an area which can hit 2 ships close together, or spread where you can do 1 attack on a ship and then a second attack on the same ship.
You can also spend up to 3 power to get extra challenge dice if you hit.
Okay. GM, say what you said again. What's the option?
Phaser arrays have area or spread. So before you make an attack, you can call on area attack, which attacks the primary target plus targets close by to it, or spread, which hits the same ship twice.
I recommend spread, and we should spend some power attack.
Okay, so let's do spread. How much power do we have?
You have
7.
7 out of 11 power. You can do upwards of 2 additional power.
Let's go
Okay,
plus
so
2.
let's do +2. Plus
Minus-
Knight has a talent full spread maximum yield.
No, that's for torpedoes. We're using phasers.
Doesn't say torpedoes. It just says full spread maximum yield.
No, that's fit.
It's specifically for torpedoes.
Okay. Oh hell! What the heck? Let's do it with torpedoes then.
Up to
That'll
you.
increase the difficulty.
That would increase the difficulty a lot. They're already at close range, so hitting them with phasers would be diff 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Phase.
All right. Buy an extra die with threat to activate bold security.
All right, and this is gonna be difficulty 3 because they are really close to you.
You know what? You look like you could use a little bit more threat, so we'll give you 2 more for another die. Actually, wait. Did he use his termination at all?
He did.
Yeah,
He did. Okay, so yeah, go ahead, take 2 more threat for that 4th die. And then shipboard tactical systems for focus.
Yes. You do have 1 reroll with if bold security.
Alright. So is it just 1 dice?
Yes.
Oh wait a second. I think I had complication range on the wrong thing. But it's a 20 anyways. Okay.
It is a net 20. Be right back.
There we go. And someone rolling the ship.
Oh yeah.
I mean, all in all, the Svallinn's held its own against a much bigger ship with polar on weapons, so this has been a good fight.
Well, against blind.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we still need someone to roll the ship for the task itself.
Oh, okay.
Well, it still succeeded. Sorry.
This is Svalinn.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Weapon
I
security?
got it.
Okay.
Alright, so that's 2, 3, 4, 5 successes. Difficulty 3, so he owes us 2 momentum when he gets back. That spend 1 to re-roll all those zeros.
I mean, we have versatile.
1 moment. Yep.
We
Okay.
have versatile.
Now that I'm not doing the PP dance anymore. 2, 3, 4, 5. So you have 2 momentum. With phasers, you have versatile 2, so you have 2 floating momentum. And you can use 1 of those to reroll your zeros.
Yeah. 1 to re-roll the zeros.
I'm sorry.
Ouch!
Hot damn.
Hot damn. All right. So that is 1, 2. Okay, so that is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17.
What can I
17
do with
base.
that other bonus momentum?
Maybe either vicious or piercing.
Yep.
Sure.
Which one? Vicious will do extra damage, piercing. You might get more
piercing.
mileage out of vicious.
Well, piercing because we also plan on doing because we also short dead.
Yeah, well, there's so much else going into this, so let's just do the piercing.
Okay, piercing 2. All right.
Yeah.
We have a resistance of 5. 5 resistance, but we're doing plus piercing 2, so that is minus 3, so that is 14 damage total. That is the calculation. So 1 moment.
One momentum for the 15 damage.
That's not gonna help. It's yeah, the 5 damage or more, it's not multiplicative. It's just if you get more than 5, that's a breach. If you get 10 or more damage, it's not 2 breaches.
Yeah, and we're also cutting the damage in half, so that's gonna be 7 damage.
Hold on. All right, so we have 1. All right, so we have 1 breach from 5 more damage, 2 breaches for bringing down their shields.
forgot. Does putting 2 power do more than just add 2 dice?
It just adds 2 dice, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Correct.
just adds 2 dice.
It just adds the 2 challenge dice. Okay.
Well, now the second attack.
Yep, second attack.
So that is half plus chevrons.
All right, so half of the base 17 is 8 plus 1, 2, 3. So that is 11 base. Minus 5 for the resist.
Plus 2 piercing.
Plus 2 for the piercing. So that is 11 minus 3. Which is 8 damage. All right, so we get 1 breach for or 5 more damage. 2
1 breach for shield down.
for 1 breach for our hitting bear hall, and they are disabled.
What's another one that stayed? Oh, how about this one way off to the right? It's long. Would that be long range?
I would have to check. Medium, long. They're at extreme range.
Extreme range. So what would be the difficulty on a swift task using torpedoes?
To 5. Plus 1. Base 3 plus 1 and for range plus +1 for swift.
I mean, we could just instead keep the do a swift task, and I could activate Zogar. Bog could activate Zogar.
We could do that.
Bog, are you there?
Yes, I'm sorry. What?
You would like to control Zogar in 5 phases at this point because I think phases is 1 less difficulty.
Okay.
Actually, I think it'd be equal.
Oh, if it's gonna be equal, then just fire torps.
All right.
Yeah, it'd be equal. Oh, because phasers have an optional range of medium, and this is 3 outside of that.
And what's the difficulty for the torpedoes if it's?
For torpedoes at extreme aim, it will be difficulty 4. So,
Ooh.
difficulty 4 at this range.
And if we activate squid?
Same thing.
Okay.
Are we doing a full torpedo spread?
Nah, that's a bit too much. So let's just
There's no kill like overkill.
You know what? Yeah, fine. Do that. And
You said Zogar?
yeah.
Would shipboard tactical systems give him a focus here?
Yep.
Yeah.
Would you like to purchase additional dice?
Yeah, he's only got 2 coming to him right now, doesn't he?
Yep, he starts with 2
So-
dice.
With a difficulty 4, let's go ahead and buy 1 more dice.
Okay.
And do you have any talents here? Precision targeting?
That's if he chooses to do a. Oh yeah. Can we spend 1 more to make him aim so we have a reroll? Yeah, that's targeting.
Okay. So does that give me a 4th dice also?
No, that just
No,
gives
this
you
just is
a
3.
reroll.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Here we go. So I can re-roll both of those dice.
One of them.
One of them.
Plus he also has bold.
There we go.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Heck yes. As that is a torpedo salvo that goes through. So torpedo damage, quantum torpedo damage plus spread adds 2.
Yes.
Yes.
So change the 6 to an 8.
4 to a 6. Is that it?
Yeah, so it'll be scale plus 6. All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh wait, vicious. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 base damage.
I think we just spent a momentum to Google those 3 dice.
One momentum.
I don't think it's necessary.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also don't think you need to there.
You know what? Yeah, you're right, because we also have bad going up. So that's
-5. I resist, so that is 8 damage.
You do have to spend a momentum or a threat to spend a minor action to calibrate, since you also did a separate aiming thing, though.
yeah. So add one more threat to that GM.
All right, I can do that. All right, so we have 8 out of 14. 8 damage. One breach for 5 more damage. 1 breach for high yield torpedoes.
And I believe because it was a full Prodiget's devastating attack.
This is in night doing it.
Oh,
Yeah, this is
different
this is
security
an
officer,
NPC. Yep. So 2 breaches. Second attack. Base 13.
It's this guy.
Yeah, I just got confused with the security officers for a second.
Okay, 13.
Yeah,
aim
we have
half.
going security officer.
6 base plus 1, 2, 3. So
4.
Oh, I can count. 10 base minus 5.
We all do
res.
that. It's all right.
Okay, so 8.
2 breaches.
Oof! Didn't quite take their shields down. All right, so 1. All right, so they have 1 breach, each for 5 more damage. 1 unbreach for torpedoes. But that is.
I think we should go those 3 dice.
That's still, they've taken 4 breaches, so they're an NPC ship. They should be disabled.
Oh.
Yep, 4 breaches is for these class of cruisers. They are down.
Yeah, I thought they were scale 5.
It's resistance 5, scale L4. They have improved hull armor. Oof. All right. Anything else you want to do to pick on me?
Is that all of them?
There's still 4 combatants left on the map. Plus, you still have to beam these guys up.
That's all we could do. Because nothing's changed.
Yep, and you. Yep, and you already swift.
Yeah.
All right. My turn. And all my ships are out of range, so how quickly can you move here? Dunna. Yep, he takes a turn just to move up for 1 power.
Yeah, I believe the Pelter still has 2 NPC actions to go.
Yep. Player's turn.
Yeah, and also we're missing 2 players. Well, 2 or 3 players.
Your GM's nicer about that than ours is.
So, GM, what you with us having missing players? Well, players that left mid-combat.
I try not to punish you because people have real lives and need to leave, so that's kind of my feeling about it.
Yeah, so I think we should use ones so we could have Leaf assist with the B map. Oh, Maddox assist with the B map.
Okay, so 1 for Maddox. Yeah, Maddox can and assist with the beam out. I'm going to say control engineering, structure. All right, control engineering in difficulty 3, and this. Can I recall from a specific player?
I think Maddox gets a advantage because of engineer personnel.
Yes. Yes, he gets a reroll from the engineering department.
And he also has a great tools for the great jobs and hyper spanning and a multi-tool.
This is more of a programming thing, so that's not gonna fire.
Okay.
And this is basically to help the OSS Ivory Knife assist with the beam out.
Yeah, I'll help because he's got programming help that you probably.
You could assist with this, yes, but it will take your turn.
Okay with that.
Yeah, and a momentum to act cautious.
But is there a way to make my talent help?
Only if you take the main roll.
I probably should then. Because of the computer experts.
Do you want to take the main roll on this?
Yeah, because I get to add a d20.
From what talent?
Computer expertise. You were talking about programming, right?
That is correct. Okay, yep.
Alright. Task.
And the ship was structure engineering and then Rob with the or L with the assist.
That's what I was saying. I should have looked at. I got the free computer expert.
You can open it another way.
Computer's focus.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, I still had it on the wrong thing. What roll?
Reason
It wouldn't have
science.
mattered anyway. Yeah, no, it was 19. Mattered
Okay.
anyways.
As Maddox and L get together and start making a program to streamline the evacuation of the civilian vessel, as the ivory knife is gonna start beaming people up. We want
can we dump momentum in to help with it?
yes, you can and use momentum to reroll or to add basically a vicious.
Okay.
Okay, as you're going to be rolling 6 challenge dice.
One momentum for legal and one vicious.
Okay. Rolling 2. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Very quickly, she has half the crew on board. And has everyone taken a turn? Or my tracker got out of whack?
We all had our turn. We should be approaching the end of the round.
Yeah, I think Peltus is 2, but I don't know about the bar tag.
That's kind of I'm just us being in it. Yeah, that's just kind of playing in the background. So, the Braytok swings around and takes out another ship. As it's basically playing at an advantage and keeping your skies clear. Trying to.
And then if all the fallen people have gone, then the Peltus just has its 2 NPC turns to go.
Yep. 2 NPC turns for the Peltas.
It might be worth spending 1 to try and beam the Queen into the brig, and the other to try and maybe either generate shields or go evasive maneuvers.
Yeah, I was thinking evasive is one of our actions.
So do I do that one first?
Yeah, let's go with that first. It's a shame Buck's already acted.
Yeah.
Alright, so just a regular evasive roll.
With fast engines con?
Yeah.
Yep, difficulty 1. No, structure con.
Oh, is it structure?
con.
Yep.
Okay,
Structure con, diff 1.
We want to spend momentum?
Diff 1, we've got 3 dice. I think we're fine.
Yeah, that's fair.
As your NPC crew managed to get it, generate 1 momentum, and you are now evasive, which means it is +1 difficulty to hit you and +1 difficulty for you to attack.
Correct.
And then
I mean, if you've got no other ships to go, then we could, but I don't know where you're up to.
I do have all this threat here. I could do something with that.
that's true.
That's your call. Hopefully that also costs the power as well.
Yeah,
yes, it does.
also costs the power as
Yeah, down to the 6.
yeah. They're just gonna spend their air turns getting into range, impulse maneuvers.
That was unwise of them.
No. Poor souls. It is now top of the round.
No, I've got one more left.
Yeah, we got another turn.
Yeah, one
That's
more
why
turn.
it was poor planning on their part to come into range.
Yeah. Also, spend the last action to try and teleport the queen.
I think the Ivory Knife was already doing that. They wanted to take her prisoner.
They did
that's
want to take
fair.
her prisoner. If you want to take her prisoner, well, also you're out of transporter range.
Yeah.
Or do we want to just take a pot shot for shits and giggles?
I think we just take a pot shot.
Oh boy, they've made very bad decisions.
Yeah. So, we want to, I think just phaser arrays at like.
No, this guy's
One
moving
bit
over
like
here.
F3, I believe, or either one of them. Your call, GM.
Diff 3 for phasers, yeah.
We'll spend momentum for a third.
I'm going to spend to increase the complication by 1.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, we're not really a crew that complains about comp.
No.
Alright. As yeah, they're just kind of at a suboptimal angle, so they're having a little difficulty targeting them.
Yeah, so that was 1 momentum for a third. Do we want to give him 1 threat and 1 momentum just for a 4th?
Yeah, sure.
No.
And then we
That's the wrong
declare.
one.
Oh no.
Well, we'll see how this goes.
Okay then.
You don't have any rerolls for that because this is just the NPC crew.
Correct. So that was technically just 2 hits and 3 complications.
Misfire, 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 misfire.
I will say 2 of those complications were 20s, so increasing the comp range.
Didn't help. Okay.
Negligible impact.
Yeah, I'm gonna post here. You roll in general chat. Give me a minute.
Everyone's got a miss now and again.
Yeah, it's a big miss. You do get a. I'm gonna say there's a backfire in the weapon systems, and you gain a breach to your weapons.
Yeah, okay.
That tracks.
That's one of the complications. Another
Gotta take some power from us?
You know what? Just take 4 power from you. No, just 1 each. So 2 extra power.
Okay, we're just down to 3 then.
But that shot does go off.
What, as in hit goes off or misses goes off? Does
Oh wait, I was
that's
miscounting. Yeah, I was miscounting the second roll. Yeah, that misses. Yeah, because
well,
you
now
rolled
it's up around. Yeah.
Now it's top of the round.
Can we have Queen go? Well, the Ivy Knife go.
Ivy Knife at the top of the round.
Yeah.
All right, Ivy Knife.
So 6 challenge dice.
Yep.
That is 7.
For 1 threat, I'll allow you to have piercing.
Yes.
Yeah, that brings everyone on board. The civilian vessel has no living occupants left, and she's turning her attention to get the command crew off the Rose Garden before she blows.
Okay.
So the Ivory Knife wants to stay here for 1 more round.
Okay.
Does the Rose Garden need to make a check to make sure its warp core doesn't blow up?
That's a good point.
Yeah, 'cause
So that's at the top of the round usually.
That is top of the round. Hey, look at that. Yeah. That is just gonna blow. Warp core reach. It's scale. It's just scale and challenge size, right?
Sounds great.
Warp core reach. Effects roll. Reactors explode, killing all aboard. All right, so normally, it's just 3 challenge dice, piercing 2 to all ships in close range. I'm gonna make this fun because of the advanced Chigo and reactor she has. The explosions now everything within long range. As
oh boy!
The core goes super duper critical.
How far is long?
So that is medium, long. Yeah, everyone is going to be hitting this. Good thing those civilians got off.
Yeah, right? Priorities.
That is 3. Alright, so 3 damage. And then
we take nothing.
+2 resist.
Oh, we still got
+2
5
piercing.
resistance.
Yeah, you still have 5 resistance. So you don't take anything, you didn't take anything, you didn't take anything. +3 damage.
Okay, we'll take 3 damage to shields then.
Alright, so we're going 6 base, plus that's 2 pierce. So Svalinn takes 6 damage, -4 for resistance, plus -4 or for resistance, +2 for piercing, so 4 damage to the Svalinn.
We take a beating because without shields.
Shields pop.
Your shield pop up as the shockwave echoes out. The Ivory Knife does take 1 breach to a random system because their shields are down at the time. Yeah, she's fine.
Yeah, and the pelters only took 3 damage to shields.
And the random breach for the Svalinn. Another breach to engines.
Start getting shields and engines up.
As the rest of the pirates see that, and the three who did not surrender or run away. And with that, finally, the dust settles. Dust settles as everyone's checking on what's going on, and the battle seems to be over.
Minor action, disengage tractor.
They've been.
Oh yeah, the civilian vessel is just decimated. It had no chance. Stand down from red alert.
Damn, 3 breaches to structure.
Quick action attacks to bench the structure.
The break talk swings by. So, Svalinn, how was that for you? Ha 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 ha.
He was fine, thanks for the assistance.
You know, there's console sparking, and there's tubes hanging from the top of the bridge. Someone might have a bloody nose.
I mean, that's been untouched.
They're taking some damage in the background.
Well, my just it's a car collection.
Jedrel opens hailing frequencies.
Have to let her know we'll send her our bill.
On screen.
Well, Commander, I have 200 of your citizens, nominally in safe conditions. They do require medical attention.
Beam them to the Svalinn and full job. Everyone went off at DSC.
You want all of them, or just the injured ones on your vessel?
Not the injured.
Okay.
Have Bog. I'll give everyone the value to expect. People who need medical attention.
Sure, there's going to be somebody I need to work on.
They have 55 I've injured on board, approximately.
Would it be more efficient for me to take a team over there and start working?
Yeah, that's
what is the Svalinn does have a better medical facilities.
How about we send a team over, a medical team over to triage, and send me the worst patients here first?
Okay, that'll work.
What I was thinking. How much longer are we going?
We're wrapping up soon.
Okay.
Presence medicine, difficulty 2 to get the triage started.
Captain, if you don't have anything for L to do, happy to go down and help with medical.
Go.
All right, L can and help with medical.
When attempting task to coordinate others or to coerce in training, force action may use medical discipline and tandem. All right. Well, I've got emergency medicine should focus fine. I'll go ahead and give you a threat to activate bold medicine at this point.
Okay.
Ooh. Roll those. Oh wow.
You could just reroll 1 with bold.
Oh.
But
you get an assist from me.
Okay. Good, because I'm gonna need it.
$50-50 shot.
There we go. Okay.
That
so he helps me organize the group.
Yep, it helps organize the away team to go over and we're gonna start triage. What is the Peltas doing at this time?
Good question.
Maybe does the Svalinn need any more assistance?
Well, I imagine. Oh, wait, do you plan on going Peltash? Plan on going back to the station to get a cave and drop off?
Would probably be heading back to DSC because aren't we also dragging those God knows how many vessels back with us?
Yep.
Well, I mean, last the explosion.
It's not like 10 or
it's
something
12.
ridiculous, wasn't it?
Yeah, 12 scale for our ships fully surrender to you.
Yeah, because all the ones that the Peltest disabled would have been within the blast range of the warp core, so they're gone.
So yeah, we're dragging back 12 ships, so if you're going to be coming with us for repairs, we can probably hang around and offer protection until you're ready to go.
Yeah.
Much appreciated.
So we're on guard duty.
That's all Peltas does.
That's true.
Yeah, pretty much. It's really late to pull off an extended task, so we're just gonna shorthand this. That's a lot of people.
I mean, the Peltas would assist with a medical role, except our medical is a med kit in a closet.
Pretty much, yeah. Ship's got a medicine score of 1.
Yikes.
Yeah, we have a room closet with a nurse.
And half a box of Hello Kitty Band-Aids.
They don't even have Hello Kitty Band-Aids. They just have super glue, and they use it to super glue your wounds together.
I mean, that's what super glue is for.
Yeah.
That's what duct tape's for as well.
Okay,
Doctor, with the advantage of the proper triage team, Amy managed to lower this a little bit. Yet, so you're looking at difficulty 4, complication 2, just because of the sheer number of people. But you do have the advantage. You still have the advantage from earlier today.
Okay. I'm going to use my technical expertise here. So I'll be able to re-roll D20.
Okay.
Look on the back here. I've got.
I mean, would this be
Okay,
assisted
what's the
by the
start-
ivory knife?
What's the Starfleet citation for conspicuous gallantry? Once per mission, when the character pays for an immediate momentum spend of any kind, by adding to the threat, they may roll 1A per point of threat added. For each effect rolled, one of the points just added to threat is removed immediately.
So for your challenge dice, you can choose how many challenge dice you want to roll up to 6. And depending on how many chevrons you get, it cancels out how much threat the GM would get. So if you roll 6 dice and roll 3 chevrons, you get 6 dice worth of threat spend. The GM would only receive 3 threat.
Okay, so I'm not doing challenge dice right now, though, so that doesn't count. Is that how that?
No. Oh, basically, if you're going to do if you're going to spend threat to get extra dice, you could roll challenge dice, and potentially I could not get that threat, but you get to keep the extra D20 that you bought.
Okay, I think first I'm going to go ahead and just use my Starfleet Surgeon's Decoration that reduces difficulty single medical cast by 1.
Yep, -1 diff. How do you want to use the advantage on triage?
What does piercing do? You guys have thrown that around a couple times. What does that do? Is that something here that would help?
Piercing, if you're going to be rolling challenge dice for work, that will give you.
That's what that's for. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so in this case, can I reduce the difficulty by another level?
Yes, you can.
The advantage. Okay.
And then you also have your medical staff that you can utilize in some form.
All right. Can I use that to reduce the complication?
Yes.
Okay.
You already have 2 successes, by the way.
Right. I just like to make sure I get it good here.
Yep.
I've been rolling crappy. All right. So I've got 2 successes, and I'm shooting for 3 now, aren't I? A difficulty of 3.
Actually, you're shooting for difficulty 2.
Okay, fantastic.
So
There we
you
go.
just need to roll.
Yeah.
The ivory knife helps a little bit. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On a diff 2, gain 3 momentum. It's a long haul, all slog to get through this. You're probably in the emergency room going on 3 shifts, almost 24 hours. But in that time, you managed to stabilize everyone and get most of them to at least a stable enough condition until they can make it to DSE.
Okay.
During that time, the scene reset, so everyone's power and shields come back. And Commander Eric Calder, what's the order?
plot a course to PSC.
All right, Maldon. I know it's really late in the game, but would you like to plot a course?
Absolutely.
You know what? Let's increase its difficulty because you're plotting it for a bunch of ships.
Would Newland Vox be able to assist, considering she is from the station?
Yes. Engines.
I assume you'd take astro navigation as a focus for the assist.
Astro navigation for the focus. It's gonna be difficulty 4 or base 3 to chart a course, plus 4 because you're kind of bringing a lot of ships along at the same time.
So Vux has Pathfinder. Can I decrease the difficulty by 1 and increase the comp?
Yes.
Yeah, she also has a dedicated focus, astro navigation, and neural interface.
Yeah.
Maldon, what talents and traits would you like to bring into this?
I actually don't really want to bump the I don't want to increase the complication up anymore. I think 2 is perfectly fine. So I'll just grab 2 dice for this.
All right.
And that'll be it.
And you're leading on that front.
Assist.
One, 2, 3, 4 on a diff 3. So you gain 1 momentum. Assuming we're gonna quash with the remaining momentum.
Yes. I have all figures of thumbs, so I got the 1 float as well.
Okay. We can use that for the quash as well. As course is plotted. As quit moving on me. As the entire our fleet of ships jumps out of warp, some of them battered, bruised, but feeling flush with victory. And that is where we will end today's episode.
I believe congratulations are in order to everyone for not dying.